And means no more gutter cleaning for me?
Bingo! Plus, Leaf Filter has an industry-leading lifetime warranty, so your gutters are covered for life.
Thanks, Frank. I'm calling Leaf Filter today.
Don't go another day with your home unprotected. Call 1-844-300-LEAF or go to tryleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection. Call 1-844-300-LEAF or go to tryleaffilter.com right now for an extra 15% savings. Call 1-844-300-LEAF or go to tryleaffilter.com. That's 1-844-300-LEAF.
Small business owners sometimes go broke. My first business startup in the 80s was a fledgling startup story. Credit cards were maxed, car had bald tires, house had broken windows, and my employees got paid before I did. But my diet of hot dogs and mac and cheese was to die for. Hi, I'm Mike Capel, founder and CEO of Patriot Software. My business startup was messy. Actually, I was broke. My wife and I lived on fumes for 4 years. To escape our financial reality, we played board games and dreamt of someday owning our own boardwalk and park place. That's why I created my 5th successful company, Patriot Software, to help small business owners do their payroll without going broke. And if you need help, we will help you for free. Go to patriotsoftware.com and enter promo code RADIO, and I'll give you 2 months of payroll processing free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
Just a little bit cooler for your Tuesday. We're talking temperatures right around 97 degrees. So, hey, at least we're out of triple digits. Sunshine to start with a few showers and thunderstorms by this afternoon. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This summer, fire up your imagination with Audible. Listen to comedies, thrillers, mysteries, and more. It's everything you want in audio entertainment, all in the Audible app. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. The chairman of the January 6th House Select Committee, Benny Thompson, has tested positive for COVID. New details on the mass shooting in the food court of an Indianapolis area mall. 3 people were killed, but the gunman was then shot and killed by a civilian who had his own weapon. ABC's Alex Perez.
Elijah Dicken being heralded a hero. Dicken's attorney telling ABC News in a statement he is a true American hero who saved countless lives during a horrific event that could have been so much worse if not for Eli's courage, preparedness, and willingness to protect others.
Continued calls for reform in Uvalde, Texas last night as the school board held an open forum on failures by law enforcement the day of the Robb Elementary massacre. Record-shattering temperatures in Europe, the hot weather there fueling the flames of wildfires. In France, temperatures soared to 109 degrees in the Bordeaux region. This is ABC News. Israel's former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu taking an important step toward possibly being the next Prime Minister. ABC's Jordana Miller has the story from Jerusalem.
Benjamin Netanyahu cementing his leadership of the Likud party, what paves the way for his official run for Prime Minister of Israel in the November election. Netanyahu foiling plans to hold a party primary for the leadership of the Conservative Party that he's controlled for over 20 years. Rivals, one by one, dropping out until the vote was canceled. Netanyahu is well positioned to lead Israel again despite his ongoing corruption trial, which has barely dented his popularity. Recent polls show Netanyahu may be the only one to cobble together a majority government. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
And a blow to North Korean hackers. The Department of Justice now says it recovered $500,000 in ransoms that were paid by victims of cyber attacks, including a Kansas hospital. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
So a friend
Am I still with you?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, remember Robin with the Avolta solar problem last week?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a representative from Avolta on, so they're both on to give an update.
Okay, excellent.
All right, and it's Danzig. I've never heard that name before.
The first name?
Danzig is his first name.
Okay. My link is not working. Oh, there it is. Never mind.
Had to take Dima to the vet this morning. She ripped something.
Oh, no. Is she bleeding?
Troubleshooter show, please hold. Yeah, they had to sedate her and give her stitches. We took them on a walk last night, and holy cow.
Sometimes just a little foot injury, if that's what it is, can cause all kinds of...
It was up on her chest.
Ah.
And just totally ripped. Like she caught it on something chasing a deer. She wouldn't be Dima if she wasn't costing us a couple hundos every few months.
That's love.
Walk last night and holy... She's got to remind Mark why she wasn't worth it.
She's cute.
She's a mini Aussie. She's adorable.
Oh, there you go.
So Mark's here. He might just be coming into the studio a minute late, Tom, but he's
Slacker.
here.
We're still 90 seconds out.
That's all the time in the world around here.
Exactly. I could almost run to my car and back in that amount of time.
Dealer in the nation has franchise opportunities available in Denver. Join the industry-leading team with a proven franchise model, generating 3 streams of revenue. Limited opportunities are available. Find out more now at GeneratorFranchise.com. That's GeneratorFranchise.com. GeneratorFranchise.com.
For less than you pay for coffee, a brand new Carrier furnace and AC. $4 a day or $96 a month from Plumline. Don't wait to replace that old system. Not when you get a new system for just $96 a month. Castle Rock to Longmont, Plumline's got you covered. Earning your trust since 1998. Service at home, servants at heart. Schedule online. No phone call, no hassle, no wait. From Plumline and Carrier, turn to the experts. PlumlineServices.com.
Got hail damage? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Gas money. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show where we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. Till the 20th, you have till the 20th to get 40% off, 40, not 30, 40% off all your entire CBD line of products at Panacea Life. It's RealCBDThatWorks.com. And you just put in the promo code SUMMER22. It's the annual summer sale. Summer 22, they've extended it to midnight on the 20th. And they have cosmetic line, facial cream, unbelievable, with anti-inflammatory properties. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Hey, let's talk. We have right now an original problem that came in that Robin called about concerning her solar system. And then we have a representative with Avolta on to talk about it. I will tell you that in general, the complaints we get about solar systems are usually this. Usually, I'm not talking about Avolta, I'm talking about all solar systems. Usually starts out this way. The consumer says, I hired someone to do solar, and it's not up and running yet. Way beyond what they thought it would take. That's the main problem. Now, in the past, we've talked to solar companies, and they say, well, it might be a component or two, or they might say it's a log jam at Xcel Energy because they have to do certain things. Whatever it is, there's varied problems with solar systems. So my quick question is to Robin is, what was your issue at first when you called, Robin?
Hi, Tom. Yeah, my original problem when I first called was my main thing was lack of communication. Just that no one could tell me what was going on. I was getting misinformation or no information for months, for 6-7 months, not knowing what anything was happening, and having people constantly calling and saying they needed access to the house. And, you know, I'm retired from 2 jobs, but I do work in another one. And it's like, I can't just drop everything and be home.
And then you had another issue. You said it failed inspection, possibly?
Yeah, it has failed at least 4 inspections. And it was, the last one was the one that really got me because it was the fact of a lack of a ladder. And as we talked about, you and I could put up a ladder, but it's not my responsibility to put up a ladder, and I'm also 66 years old. Putting it up and taking it down might be a little bit worse.
Deputy Smarty Pants worked with us, and he contacted a Volta.
Yes.
And, oh, Marty, you're on. Thank you, Smarty Pants. What happened, Smarty?
Well, I got a detailed email from Robin, which is, you know, my modus operandi. And by the way, Robin, you neglected to give me a Volta's phone number, but that's okay. So I remember, it's okay. I remember a contact I had before with a Volta, and he was right on, which is George Cespedes. And George is the type that he responds to me immediately. So I sent him the email, and he responds within 30 minutes. He says, Marty, I'm on a plane on my way from Denver to Utah.
Yeah.
I will call you when I arrive.
Yeah, let's get to the part where they did something.
Well, this is where Danzig comes in. Danzig was in charge of this project, so I'll let Danzig take over.
All right. So what's going on, Danzig? Thank you very much for being on.
Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to be here. So I wasn't the specific project manager over this account, but reached out to me saying that we had some issues. I kind of dove into it a little bit, kind of see where we had some shortcomings.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, there can definitely be some delays within the solar industry. I think there's a lot of confusion amongst customers on how quick it can be. We try not to promise specific install times because, you know, there can be things such as procurement that can keep things from happening quick. There can be delays with
What do you think the problem was? What do you think the problem was here?
So on this specific job, she is correct. There was some failed inspections, and each county is going to have different reasons on why they failed inspection. So it's kind of hard for us to narrow it down, and each inspector will also have different things on why they failed inspection. So sometimes, even though a job is installed exactly how it is according to our design that that their county approved, we could still fail inspections for simple things. Like she mentioned, one of the reasons we failed an inspection is because we didn't leave a ladder set up on site. And certain counties, if we just send them in photos of the roof, they'll accept that. Certain places require a ladder. Some places
all right. Hey, Danzig, after the inspection from building authorities, do you then need an inspection from Xcel or some kind of a hookup?
Yes, we do. So we actually passed the inspection yesterday with the county, and so we submitted the past inspection report to Xcel. So they have all the documents, so they should be getting ready to do their own inspection, and then at that point, assuming that everything goes well, they will install the net meter for her.
And is there a log jam at Xcel?
I mean, I can't speak specifically on Excel, but we have seen in the past, they like to tell us about 3 weeks to get the inspection on their end and the net meter installed, but I have seen a little bit longer time spans recently because of, I guess there's a shortage in their net metering, and they just have a lot of customers going solar right now, so they're kind of a little bit slow to get out there, but they do what they can to get out there. But yeah, I would say it is a little bit slower than expected.
Now, I want to ask about Avolta. Is Avolta a company that does their direct sales, or do they have affiliates that do sales for them?
So we have our own in-house sales teams as well as our own install team. So we do both. We do sales and fulfillment, which is not as common in the industry. A lot of times it's one company does the sales and then one company does the installs. We're trying to build it to where we can do all of it in-house, just so that way we can maintain quality and speed up our install times.
What about service, repairs?
Yep, we do our own in-house service repairs as well.
What manufacturer actually backs your panels?
So it depends. We use a few different panels. A lot of times we'll use Jinko, and we also use Hanwha Q-Cell panels. So it kind of just depends, but usually most panel manufacturers always have a 25-year warranty. And so basically they'll let us go out, we'll do the work, and then we'll send them the old panel, and then they'll just credit us for a replacement panel.
Okay, what are the warranties with your systems?
So our company has a 10-year roof warranty, so that covers roof damage, obviously, or anything associated with roof leaks and roof damage. And then we use SolarEdge is the manufacturer of the solar inverter, and I believe it's a 10-year warranty on the solar inverter.
Okay. I appreciate you coming on. I really do. And Deputy Smarty Pants, that's his nickname, obviously, he says he's had good results with Avolta. Do you see the government? I don't see how they can't renew these tax credits and keep them going if they're so hell bent on lowering our need for oil and lowering our and renewable energy and all of that. What do you think?
As far as if they can limit the amount of tax credits they're giving out?
No, what I'm saying is, do you think it's here to stay, all the tax incentives, and maybe we'll even have more? I tend to think yes, because I tend to think that the government is hell-bent, both sides, on renewable energy.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the government wants to have renewable energy. But I don't necessarily think that means they will always give tax credits. I guess we'll just have to wait and see as far as the tax credit goes.
Look what happened with the cars. Once you sell a certain amount of them, you can't get the tax credit anymore.
I think that is so stupid because it's like, hey,
other people would say that opens competition, though, because for a while, Tesla was basically the only game.
Mark, isn't there, though, still a Tesla credit on state tax?
Yeah, I think on the state, depending on what state. In Colorado, I believe there's a small one.
Anyway, thank you, guys. Appreciate that. We have to take a break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, free market valuations of your home for the asking. And he'll do a valuation based on his 27 years of experience, so you'll know exactly what that house will sell for with no gimmicks and his proven results. Well, not exactly, but that ballpark is pretty close. Frank Duran, the real estate man, is totally complimentary. 303-920-1622.
Our crazy financial times can create smart opportunities for you, such as long-term care insurance from 525 Advisors. By repositioning some of your savings right now, you can get 3 times your investment in long-term care coverage, tax-free, and get all your money back if you never use it. Join Brian Ott of 525 Advisors for his free long-term care planning live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 4. Sign up at 525longtermcare.com. That's 525longtermcare.com.
TheArtOfGranite.com will get you free estimates on the phone for your job. Just give them a call, and then you will get a price that's pretty damn close. That's right. He can do it by square footage because Mitch doesn't charge anything but wholesale for the materials. He doesn't charge for tear out and haul away. He doesn't charge for the bathroom vanity when you do the kitchen. So it's a matter of material and time, and he can figure that out by the square foot. He can do any man-made material, or he can do any natural stone. He has a beautiful yard and a display where you can buy everything at wholesale at he's out at West Colfax and I-70. That's theartofgranite.com. Get your price, 303-386-5919. Reverse loans. That conjures up an image, but most likely it's inaccurate because a lot of people have a negative perception. Reverse loans have saved homes from foreclosure for seniors. Reverse loans have helped seniors stay in their home and get assisted living. It's helped people get a vacation or just spending money when they want it. And it's not for everyone as far as doing the loan. You need someone who will take the time to explain the ins and outs, the ups and downs. And PowerReverse.com has a special help line just for that. 720-500-7719. Mark Massey and his team will answer all of your questions. And PowerReverse.com, 720-500-7719.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris is
What was the guy's, do you guys know his company name? What was it?
Are you talking about Danzig?
Yeah.
I sent you an email. It's Avolta Solar is in that email.
Oh, I see it.
No email address. I just had a phone number for the guy.
Okay. What was it? What was he even on for? I missed the beginning.
The Avolta Solar issue.
And it just came down to not having the ladder up. That's exactly what we talked about the other day.
I wasn't listening, but if you heard it, yeah,
okay.
Sure.
I'm trying to get that number correct. I think it's 720.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
All right, I'll just try it.
Being present in the moment for family activities was impossible because Will Burt was so focused on the constant pain in his leg.
My wife likes to take walks. I always kind of dreaded going on the walks because they hurt. The boys both play baseball. I coached their teams. I was going to do them and be in pain and be uncomfortable.
Hi, Debbie.
And kind of sacrifice.
It's Suze. Yeah, it's Suze with the Tom Martino Show. How you doing? Good. Tom wanted me to call you to get you in queue so he could talk to you about this unemployment issue. Okay. Hang tight just a minute for me. Listen through the phone.
I feel great. There's no pain. There's no tenderness.
Patients like Will are feeling amazing and living their best lives.
Ironically, just got off the golf course today, so I think that's a good...
Hey, Tom, was this company out of Utah?
They might be. Marty knows a lot more about them.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Their headquarters might be there.
303-989-86.
This is Joe Cordell. In other ads, I've talked about the weighty matters that are on the table in divorce: assets, debts, spousal support, and of course children. But here I want to talk to you about a troublesome issue that arises early and often in the divorce process, but which attorneys, including myself, say too little about, and that's the cost of the divorce. Yet as important as this factor is, it shouldn't overwhelm the more deserving issues that are raised by divorce. But here are just a few things that Cordell & Cordell is doing.
Hey, Dragon, you sending me that?
Yep, just send it over.
Oh, thanks, dude.
Also, there's no longer a charge for initial consultation.
Enjoy.
For those who are attending. And finally,
yeah, it's just like a Metallica concert.
Certain modification and support matters. The bottom line is that to be a partner men can count on, we have to think about all their needs. An attorney.
Best Metallica concert ever was that 2000 Summer Sanitarium at Mile High Stadium.
I wish I saw that.
Oh, between the hour and a half or so between the last band and then Metallica, nothing but boobs. The eye, as far as the eye could see, nothing but boobs.
I would have been so insulted.
Because it was an hour freaking half. I mean, you know, people got bored.
Is that the one? Wasn't there a delay or something? No.
It was around the time James hurt his back, so he was probably backstage getting some chiropractic work or something. But yeah.
You know, he's right up in Aspen, or Vail.
Yeah, he's right around the corner, yeah. This report 30 seconds. By Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Now that he's drinking again, I might have to head up there and just hit a few of the pubs on the weekend.
As long as he's got it under control.
Yeah, he does, apparently.
Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors for all your garage door needs. I use them at my home. I use them several times. They can do doors, openers, springs, parts, lubrication, maintenance, full inspections if you're moving into a home for $80. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All of their prices fully disclosed on their website. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Debbie's got an unemployment problem. Hey, how long has it been since we've heard about unemployment issues? Do you remember we used to have 3 or 4 a day?
Yeah.
3 or 4 a day.
They were horrible.
Then we hooked up with a guy called Phil Spessart. At the time, he was acting director. Suze, whatever happened to Phil? Is he still there?
Oh, yeah, I send him problems now and then.
Is he still in charge, or have they found a permanent, or what?
I'm not really sure, Tom. I know every time I send him something, he helps us out.
Yeah, now this one stems back a year, I think. Debbie, what's going on?
Hi. Thank you for having me on your show, Tom.
Yeah, Deb.
So back in December of 2020, there was a fraudulent unemployment claim under my name. I received a letter from the Department of Labor and Employment, and then later I also received a Rely card. They actually...
Do you remember back then? Hold on. Remember back then, everyone was getting fraud in their name. I mean, Mark received some cards, supposedly had filed, right, Mark?
Yeah, we had probably, 2 or 3 over a 3-month period show up.
Okay, so, Debbie, somebody filed a fraudulent claim in December of 2020. Then what?
Right. So, and then they actually got money into my bank. I don't know how that happened. I immediately notified the department. I closed my checking account, blah, 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 blah.
Did you give the money back?
Yes, I did. I immediately reversed the charges the next day.
Good.
Yeah, and it happened twice, so I made sure, but, it was a total mess. So now comes August 2021, and I'm laid off. I've been with this company for 7 years, and so going through the unemployment process, the representative told me that I had to file under unable to file a claim as instructed. Because
now, why? Because your name was flagged, so now when you had to do a legit one, they wouldn't let you.
Right, exactly. So I did that. I submitted all the requested documents.
You're the one that actually reported the fraud, right?
Yes, exactly. And so I submitted all the required documents. I verified my email address. I sent my Social Security ID.
When was your legit claim that you had to make?
It was August 18th, 2021.
Okay.
And so I submitted all the required documents, including a video that I had to do with the unemployment. It was a video call for ID Me. I did all of that. And they said once that's done, we can reopen a new claim because the fraudulent claim has to be withdrawn and cleared. Okay, so normally this process can take anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks. And, I expected it would take a little bit longer due to the fraudulent activity under my name. But now it's next month will be a year.
Oh, no. That's weird. No. You did everything plus a video call.
Yes.
That's ridiculous. Yes. So, okay. So what do we do now? When was the last time you talked to them?
So I've been calling since then. It started off, I've been calling every 2 weeks on the status, and then it's gone to every week. I contact them for the status. I have it all logged, who I talked to.
And what do they say? What is the status?
Pretty much it's basically the same. It's in fraudulent claims. It's in, it takes time to investigate. They've escalated, they've submitted escalation forms. And, it's basically, they tell me the same thing every week.
Okay, so let me get this straight. December 2020, a couple of fraudulent claims under your name. You returned the money. You reported the fraud. You had to make a legit claim about a year later in August of 2021. You submitted all verification documents, and now after a year, you have not received one benefit, not one?
No. Nope.
Okay, well, that's an easy story to tell them.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you're not the only one who had fraudulent claims, you know, I mean, in their name. So what the hell? I mean, somebody's got to know something.
Yeah, and I know they said that it's the pandemic, and there's thousands of claims, fraudulent claims that they have to deal with, and so I understood. I thought it was going to take maybe a couple months longer, but it's going on a year in August, and something that should take 6 to 8 weeks is I think that's I don't know.
We're going to send this to we're going to send this to our angel over there. We'll have Suze do that. And then we'll see what he has to say, because I'm sure, because he's really good, isn't he, Sue? I mean, he really gets back to you on everything, Suze.
Yeah, I just need her to send me an email with some info. I'll tell her.
Yeah. Okay. So, Deb, what we're going to do is take a stab at this and see if we can do anything about it. 303-713-8255. Now it's Ray's turn. This sounds like an interesting call, Ray. What's going on?
I returned from Vegas on the 4th of July. I flew into Vancouver and then into Edmonton. And the next day I got a phone call that I had to quarantine for 14 days.
Why?
They wouldn't explain to me why.
Wait, who's they? Okay, Ray, you went to Vegas,
government.
did you say?
Yes.
Okay, who called you?
It was the government that was calling me, and they said that I had to quarantine for 14 days with no explanation.
Wait, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't get who you said. I didn't get who you said called. Here's what's happening.
Government of Canada.
Okay.
Government of Canada.
How did they base?
And they phoned me 10. They phoned me 10 times a day. 10 times a day. I wouldn't answer the phone. I blocked them finally. And they send me an email every day. I finally got fed up. I got a hold of them, and they said it's a problem with their system that I don't need a quarantine.
What's the name of the agency?
He doesn't know, just Canada.
Well, it's obviously... So,
sir.
Ray, how did this affect you? I would have ignored it.
I did ignore it. It's just that my phone ringing 10 times a day until I finally learned how to block it.
Right.
A pain in you know what.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And I can't understand why I had to quarantine to start with.
Well, I think it was a scam of some kind. I don't know what it was, Ray, but no one gets phone calls like that unless there's contact tracing and you signed up for it.
No, I didn't sign up for anything. I filled out an AFCAN app.
Well, then somebody's pulling your leg. But tell me what you're calling about today to find out who did it.
No, I'm just saying the system's broke. And,
it is broken. But Ray, most people. Okay, you didn't quarantine, so it didn't. But you're afraid that, listen, there's people being called. Unless we know who was calling you. If you have a phone number, we might try to trace it. Other than that, we don't know what's broken, or if it was just some kids fooling around. We have no idea. Did you get an email as well, or did you only get a phone call?
I got an email as well. I got the number blocked, so just let me look it up on my phone.
Yeah, and you have a number, and you got an email, so you have a return email.
Yeah, I deleted it, but I might find it there somewhere.
That's great. Mark, what do you think's going on with that?
I think it's the Canadian government.
What? Really?
Yeah, I do. I think they got the information from the airlines or whomever.
But why would they tell him to quarantine?
I don't know. Maybe he was in contact with someone on the airline.
But he went to Vegas.
Yeah, but he was in Vancouver.
You went from Vancouver to Vegas.
I went from Edmonton to Vegas, Vegas to Vancouver, Vancouver to Edmonton on return.
Okay. All right.
I mean, where else would they get his email? I mean, really, where else? Who else would get it besides the airlines? He gave them all that information. I mean, what do you think, man? What do you think? Do you really think it was a scam, or do you? And if it was a scam, what the hell? What kind of scam would it be?
There's no angle.
That's what I mean. There's zero angle.
The email I got was from ArriveCan.
From where?
ArriveCan. You got to fill out ArriveCan to come into Canada. It's
it's the Canadian government had them listed as being next to someone with COVID, which, quite frankly, happens every second of every day now. So who cares?
Okay, I'm looking here. You're right. ArriveCan. Okay, and ArriveCan. Okay, so it's ArriveCan here. You must provide all of the information. And then, do you have the app?
Yeah, I do. You have to have it to get on the plane.
Okay.
Canadian.
That's what's going on, bro. That's what's going on.
They legitimately thought you were in contact or had COVID.
Yeah, but everyone is saying what he is saying. Not everyone, but a lot of people are saying that it is a broken system.
It's a broken country, in my opinion.
Now, in leaving Vegas, people that print their boarding pass at home, boarding the plane, didn't know they had to have this ArriveCan app. So it was a complete chaos at the airport. There's over 100 people on the flight had to go up and start putting this app in. We delayed the flight for an unbelievable amount of time just because of Canadian bureaucracy.
You guys run those airlines over there like you play hockey.
Wait a minute. To qualify, don't you have to be fully vaccinated even?
Yes, you do.
They will not let you into that country unless you're vaccinated, right?
That's correct.
All right, I got to take this quick break and finish up. I'm Tom Martino.
Go Avs.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance, where you only pay for what you need.
The ramp from eastbound 6th Avenue to northbound I-25 remains closed due to a rolled semi. The ramp to southbound I-25 is open, but some slowing in that general area. Also an accident coming in now eastbound I-70 between Tower Road and Colfax, so watch for some slowing as you work your way through that area. And other than that, 270 is running heavy right now through Commerce City, especially westbound. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a high of 97, a chance for some storms this afternoon, and remaining hot for the rest of the week with a high tomorrow of 94. Currently it's 93. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Liberty. Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know, Ideal Home Loans is doing something incredible. They are making you a cash buyer with the Ideal Cash Buyer Program. Let me explain this briefly. You go to Ideal for a home loan if you're going out shopping. If you go to them, your credit is approved and all of that. They will help you if you find a home immediately. Before everything's done, they will write a cash deal for you, putting up their cash for you. Now, you can call them for details because this is amazing. It makes you a cash buyer, and it's not contingent on a loan as far as the seller's concerned. You are a cash buyer thanks to the Ideal Cash Buyer Program. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. Now, by the time you close, you may close with your own money from your loan or not, but Ideal will back you up to make you a genuine cash buyer. And, of course, you can contact them for any refis as well. 303-867-7000, thinking outside the box, idealhomeloans.com. You know, estate planning is no longer an option. People need it. And we heard and saw from the pandemic, anything can happen at any time. So get your estate in order with BlakeHarrisLaw.com. In fact, you can call and ask any questions you want at 833-ASK-BLAKE. He'll answer your questions free of charge. And then, once you decide what you need, he'll quote you flat rates for what he does. That's BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE.
Have you ever been told you have some generic medical issue but not told of a cause or solution? One such so-called diagnosis is vocal cord dysfunction, or VCD. If you've had voice troubles and your doctor said you have VCD, that just means the doctor has no idea what the problem is or how to fix it. This is where you need Dr. David Opperman and the Colorado Voice Clinic. If you're having voice troubles, don't leave your care in the hands of a non-expert with a non-diagnosis. Make an appointment to meet with Dr. Opperman. Get started at ColoradoVoiceClinic.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money. Mike Campbell here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you.
Is Doc over there?
First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. No hamburgers for me.
You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to PatriotSoftware.com,
I'm on such a strict diet now.
payroll pricing for companies with
Really?
100 employees.
No, I went back to like, seriously
Now
now,
you know
zero.
what you should be paying for payroll. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo
I mean, you know,
code
other
radio,
than the
get 2
trace
months
I
of
get,
payroll
I just want to.
processing free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Heck, I'm already in vacation mode. I'm talking about pizza tonight with my wife.
When are you going on vacay?
I'm just going to see my dad in Utah.
When?
This weekend.
Who? Oh, okay. Just over the weekend?
Yeah.
You driving?
Thursday, coming back Monday, yeah.
What part of Utah?
Just Salt Lake City.
We'll have a couple
Hey, Mark,
change-ups, sport
Maybe
ops.
I can take an extra day.
Go for it.
Sure.
You're gone. What are you gone? Thursday, Friday?
Yeah, but maybe I'll make it tomorrow, Thursday and Friday.
Just let me know.
You're the boss.
You wouldn't mind? You wouldn't mind?
He thinks he's the boss,
No,
right?
you're fine, Tommy.
Hey, his name is on the show.
Whatever you want to do.
I'm third in command there.
Yeah.
Mostly. He's like Biden. We're his
Well,
puppet
actually,
master.
hold on. If we count Deputy Doc, I'm fourth.
Thrilled with Empower Home Team's results. Need more proof? Call today. 833-453-SOLD. That's 8.
I used to correct people when they'd call me Tom on air. I simply can't. I would literally spend 4 fucking hours saying I'm not Tom.
Hey,
I
honestly,
swear
though,
to God.
your voices are a little similar once you get out on over the air.
I think they are as well.
Yeah.
He's been trying to copy and emulate my voice for years.
I know, it's amazing. I did it 20 years before he got on the scene, or 25
Before you were even
years.
born.
And somehow I
Troubleshooter show, what's your
predicted it.
first name?
Somehow he knew it was going to happen. God, I got a rat nest of fucking headphone wires.
Who was supposed to be on? Anyone today?
Say it again.
Was anyone supposed to be on?
Guest-wise, I don't know.
Hey, Mark, do you see the? Can you see both shots, the Q shot and the final shot on YouTube?
The Q shot and the final shot.
Okay, in other words,
I'm trying to figure
here's
that
what
out.
I
What
want
is
to tell
your
you. Not that I
question?
care.
What is
I
your
think
first
it's
name, by
interesting.
the way?
How is it zoomed in? How does Talib do that? How does he
Yvonne,
zoom
what
in?
is your question? And I don't know if I need to get
He
you on with
logs
Tom, or if
into
there's somewhere
those
I can direct you
cameras
to.
and
I
zooms
just
in
don't
directly
even
through
know
the
the gist
camera.
of your
No, but
question
my
first.
camera.
Which camera?
At home on my computer here, it's a wide shot.
That's purely you, bro.
Yeah.
No, I never zoomed in.
Yeah, but I think he just crops it on his end.
Oh, maybe. I don't know if vMix allows.
You see my frame, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
right
you have a
here,
beautiful forehead.
my frame goes way out here, and you can't even see my arms.
I can't see your arms at all. Well,
No.
remember, I'm looking at a delay, too.
Oh, I know, but it's still.
DeckSuperstore.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to tell you a true story. So, Stephanie's trying to get an address changed for me because they had my wrong address. And it has to do with a Medicare supplement. And so, she calls them, Medico. Good people. Good people. And by the way, Mark, I love rubbing this in. Do you know what I paid for my back surgery?
Yeah,
imaging?
like $12.
$22.
You know, that is the most irritating crap I ever heard. You know how much I paid for my free colonoscopy?
How much?
You ready? No joke. $2,500.
Oh, my God. I haven't paid, honest to God, my cumulative medical bills with everything I've been doing is less than $100.
Ours is topped, we're only, 7 months into the year, and we have topped 20.
Mark, I'm talking about $100 since I went on Medicare.
I know, and
now,
thank you. You need to thank me for subsidizing
your
Medicare.
Do you know the most I ever paid?
When you had the Christian share and nothing was covered ever.
I swear to you, nothing was covered.
Ever.
I mean, they would say, well, we can't cover this right now. I mean, so I thought, okay.
What a great business model. You sell insurance, $600-700 per month, and you cover nothing.
Well, nothing. Nobody ever shared anything with me. I was sharing with others, but anyway. So here's a true story. So she says, I got to get this address changed, and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know how they got talking, but I don't know. I mean, somehow he said, well, something about work. But he's still working. He's on Medicare, and yeah, he's still working full time. And he said, what is he doing? He said, well, she does a 4-hour radio show. He's been on the air 45. And he says, that's really admirable that he's still getting around and can work.
I tell Suzanne that every day.
Hold on. And then she says, getting around, like he works out 3 or 4 times a week. He's a helicopter pilot, fixed-wing pilot. He loves cycling. And he says, honest to goodness, may I talk to him? Right? So I'm in my car. She was doing this for me, and she brings the thing out on the speaker, and he said, sir, I could tell this guy was a really nice young man. I think he was in his 20s. I just want to say that you're an example. We're not talking 80, we're talking 68. I mean, and he says, I just want to say you're an example that you can still work, and I understand you even drive. And I said, yes, I do. True story. Anyway, I'm sorry. Listen, you'll all understand what I mean. I'm not saying I'm a spring chicken, but you'll understand when your brain isn't aging anymore and everyone thinks you're over the hill. You'll understand. And I get it, because I swear to God, 60 was ancient for me. When I thought of 60, I thought, okay. See, I was lamenting turning 30 because I thought, people 30 can have some issues. Then when I turned 40, I said, I've heard of people dropping dead from heart attacks at 40. I better get healthy. Then I hear 50. 50 was kind of nondescript because I thought, for some reason, 50 was really too far to turn back, as if I could. And then 60 was absolutely ancient, and it was a rumor. And then I just want to tell people, don't prepare for it and worry about it, but just don't accept it in a way that you have to. Because, Mark, we hear people call the show all the time, and we have an expression, they gave up. What does that mean?
That means exactly that.
They just gave up, and there's no reason to give up. I mean, I really, my heart goes out to people, honest to God now, with serious diseases where they don't have much of a choice. So let's talk about your problems, questions, and complaints.
Hey, how much is your Medicare each month?
I'm going to tell you exactly. I'm going to look it up because
Supplements
I want people.
Everything.
It's based on income, so I will tell you what I'm paying. Everything. Okay, all in. This is drugs. I'll tell you supplement, and I'll tell you main Medicare. And Mark, I've hardly pay anything. Well, I never pay anything except the surgery was $20. And I remember one other time I had to pay $10 for something, and I was incredulous. But I will talk about it now. I want to also bring up some stuff. Okay. People facing eviction right now. This is something that has come to our attention. And after this, we need to talk to you to prevent you from being evicted if you've gotten any rental assistance or you had any problems during the pandemic. We thought maybe landlords are overlooking this stuff now because for a long time we heard nothing. And now, weekly, we get several eviction calls. So hang on. No, it's terrible. And I mean, I'm not saying it's terrible and that landlords are terrible, but let's face it, it is terrible for people who've had legit problems. Renew Home Innovations can make your bathroom new again. Renew with beautiful showers, custom-made showers that look like, hotel showers, these big, beautiful, square, rectangle showers, custom made for your movements with stone walls or their imitation stone that never need maintenance. They're beautiful. And here's the other thing. You can find all about it at Renew Home Innovations. They have half off on labor right now, half off, and free financing for 24 months. That's renewhomeinnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
The ramp from eastbound 6th Avenue to northbound I-25 remains closed as crews continue to clear a rolled semi from this morning. Now, the ramp from eastbound 6th to southbound I-25 is open, but it is delayed. Sheridan is closed northbound between 64th and 66th Avenue due to police investigation work. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a high of 97 with a 20% chance for afternoon thunderstorms. Tonight's low 65, and then remaining hot for the rest of the week with a high tomorrow of 94. Currently it's 93. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
This summer, fire up your imagination with Audible. Listen to comedies, thrillers, mysteries, and more. It's everything you want in audio entertainment, all in the Audible app. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
You know, when you're in a car accident, you have questions, and I don't blame you. And I know you heard the commercials talking about all the big settlements people get. And the truth is, about 85% of settlements to 90% are not big, but you still want someone to help you. Now, if you have a big settlement, a medium settlement, a small settlement, one thing is for sure. With John Fuller, you're never just a number, ever. He has a small firm by design. I should say smaller. It's not exactly tiny. But he has personal oversight of every single case, and he'll give you his cell phone number. myaccidentlawyer.co. On the show, it's not .com, it's .co. myaccidentlawyer.co is my expert, and I ask him questions, and he has helped many of our listeners. He can help you too. And remember, you're never just a number. He'll give you free consultations, and all cases he accepts on contingency. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
As a marketer.
Oh, Icon Eye Care.
Okay, I'm going to look at my Medicare and I tell you everything. I'm totally transparent here.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Is Symphony lenses for cataracts or just for eyesight?
Is what?
Is Symphony lenses, you know the lenses?
Yes.
Are they for cataracts?
Yes. In other words, you can do cataracts.
They won't be covered by Medicare if that's their question.
No. What you do is you just pay the extra.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can mention that on the air. I love talking about all of this stuff.
This woman does not.
No, but you can mention it. We got a call.
Okay.
It's a good topic. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Wait till you hear what I'm paying for Medicare.
I bet it's $700.
And then wait till you hear what I pay for my... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Wait till you hear. I mean, I have the best I have ever... I'm telling you...
I can't find
That was a
crap
nightmare.
on Colorado eviction numbers. I can find most states, but I can't find Colorado.
Is that like when you can't find your shoes or keys and I got to find those?
That's called... You know what that's called? Do you know what? Do you know what I've heard it called by you-know-who? Male blindness.
Yeah,
what?
or you know what I call it?
Troubleshooter show. Please hold. Go
What?
for it. What? Smart ass. I'm waiting.
What's it called? Well, I forgot the name of it, which is very ironic
Male
for the
blindness?
conversation we're having. No, what's it called when you make someone feel crazy?
Oh, gaslighting.
Yeah, I think what they're doing, Tom, is they're moving our shit and gaslighting us.
Oh, yeah, right.
You move my shoes when I just put them down.
Hey, you know what we ought to do? We ought to take the craziest motherfucker we ever run against and give it to Deputy Smarty Pants and not tell him.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Hey, we've been watching this show on HBO.
Oh, my God. It's such trash.
What is it?
F-Boy Island.
Boy Island.
Oh,
It's
God,
so
I saw the
trashy.
ads and I wouldn't even turn it on.
Oh, my God, Tom.
They're there to, meet women, but they're either a fuck boy or they're a nice guy.
ColoradoEarCare.com. That's ColoradoEarCare.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Okay, I am going to be totally transparent here as a consumer advocate. And I've always said I would do this. In fact, I've said this before. We used to have something called Truth or Dare on this show, where you could call in and ask me anything you want, and I will tell you the God's honest truth. Because now, if you ask something really personal like my, habits at home for certain things, I may not, but you know what I mean. Within reason, let's talk. Can we talk? Okay, I'm going to tell you about my Medicare. We've had some questions on YouTube and some real questions, and I'm serious now. So when I turned, I believe 66, I became eligible, or 65, whatever it was, and I let John Jones handle it all at Integra Insurance. He recommended for me the best coverage you can get all around is a golden plan where you get the best supplement, and I have not paid anything. And my prescription coverage has covered everything. The most I've paid for a prescription is $3 or $4. Now, here is for everyone. You will not pay for the in-hospital part, and that is Part A. Okay? So Part A, I don't pay anything. For Part B, which is hospital bills, it's for, not hospital bills, excuse me, doctor's visits, physicals, tests, all of that, okay? It's usually a deductible and an 80-20 split. But I don't pay anything because of my, I don't pay any of the deductibles or splits because of my sup. But for Part B coverage, listen to this, I pay $294 a month, okay? $294. That might have gone up. It might be $300 or something, but that's what I pay for everything. Now, my supplement, which covers absolutely everything that my other one doesn't cover, my Part B, I pay $130. Okay? So you can add that up. So I pay, let's say, $300 plus $130. Okay? So what's that, right? That's
like $5,000 a year.
No, hold on. Then I pay for prescription coverage. I have a Part D coverage from Cigna that I pay $30 for, approximately, and that pays for everything. So 30 plus 130, that's 160, plus 300, is $460. For $460 a month, absolutely everything is covered. And when I say everything, I mean I'm talking major surgery. And the $22 was some kind of special imaging. It was my copay. And Medico didn't cover 100% of it. But, I mean, and I can thank, like I said, I can thank John Jones for his advice at Integra Insurance. And this is no commercial. But, Mark, don't you think that's extraordinary coverage for that price?
It's unbeatable.
Yeah, so
you know, I'll tell you what would ruin that is Medicare for All, because they simply couldn't keep that level.
Well, I don't even know how they do it. But I will say this. I used to make fun of that, saying I'll never benefit from that or benefit. You know, it's extraordinary what is going on. I mean, it's extraordinary for seniors. So I don't know why seniors would complain about it.
So they have live data on evictions. Can you hear me, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Only on certain cities, though. It's pretty wild, man. Like, when I say live, I mean like crazy. So you want to hear a crazy number. Dallas, is this Dallas or Houston? Let me see which one it is.
Bridget, please. Suzanne with Tom Martinez.
Dallas, Texas, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So their average filing since February is, remember, their average is like 200. So like February was 200, March. Let me find totals. Anyhow, fast forward to July. Filings relative to the average. So you take the average filing, and relative is now right here 3 times higher. So July, this month, is 3 times higher on evictions than it was in June in Dallas, Texas. 3 times.
Huh.
It's crazy. Okay, to make that number sound even nuttier, there were 600 last week. No. Yeah, 543 last week. Since March 2021, 56,000. They're everywhere. The evictions are massive, way higher than they've ever been in most places.
And that's just what we predicted. Just what we predicted.
It's crazy. And if you look at the graph, it's so funny. It's 0. Of course, you know why it's 0. And then soon as the local and nationwide or the CDC order is lifted, the chart just goes up, boy, just straight up.
Got any numbers from the before times?
Yeah, this is pretty cool, man. But the problem is it's very few cities. You can find all the data going up to 2018, like at Berkeley. This one, I think, is, let me look who does this one. This one's pretty cool, actually. It's one of the real big universities. Princeton. This one's Princeton. That's doing it live. They're only doing certain states and cities, but they tap right into the actual filings in all the counties. So the second someone files for an eviction, bam, it pops up. And this doesn't include people that leave on their own. These are people that are actually not leaving.
Forcibly being told to, yeah.
It's crazy.
Now listen to this. How can anyone argue that they can't afford a premium like that? First of all, their premium would be way less because it's based on income. And Part D, tell me who could not afford $30 a month to get all their prescriptions? I mean, I know people, you can't afford not to do it. I mean, who could not pay $30? Would you pay $30 a month, even on a fixed income? Wouldn't everyone pay that?
Well, yeah, of course they would, if they had any prescriptions. It's too bad it doesn't cover subscriptions. Then you could have Netflix and Hulu and all that stuff.
He's probably on Access One. He is on Access. Okay, there. Yes, he is. There you go. Now he should have. Yeah.
Who's up? Did Talib log in? Talib.
Buddy Mitchell.
Did Talib tell you why how he zooms, how he does it?
What do you mean?
You know, how does he zoom into my camera to get just a different frame?
I have no idea.
I like.
You guys want to listen?
Yeah, go ahead. I hear you now, bro. Go ahead.
You got to turn your mic on for us to hear you, though.
Yeah, that's the first time I ever heard you utter a peep.
Today, that is the first words we've heard.
That's because the dragon just got to Heart 1.
So what do? What zooms in?
Actually, it's a reframing and a cropping of whatever camera I have.
I like it.
Yeah, as long as you got good cameras, I can, get good shots.
Ted Rowland. I know he was just in. Scrambling on this damn calendar. Oh, June 23rd was his last time in.
And I keep turning my mic off so you guys won't hear yourselves.
You should see this Hold Harmless for iHeart. It's crazy.
What do you mean by that?
For CBD advertisers. I'm just shocked they still are doing this in that realm.
Mark, do you like my idea?
I think it's a cute name, but I don't care about the name. I think it's fine on the referral list. I got no problem with it. The name's okay. I mean, actually, the name's good, but I don't know. What are you going to trade out? Shit, I'm funny.
You're so funny.
I am so funny.
Oh, you're hilarious.
I am a comedian.
Rolling on the floor laughing.
Comedian. I love words like sole discretion.
I wonder
Mark,
how long until I can
they
walk
make
Dino.
the sponsors write all that shit?
It's not right. They got to agree to it.
Should I not mention?
I think this is just for the platform that I'm talking about, not for local. I think some states that you're not. I didn't realize this, man. There's some states you can't sell CBD in.
20 seconds, kids.
Did you know that?
Still?
Hold on, I thought I just read about one.
This nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino on 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I love doing this show, and I love having you with me. Thank you very much for being here. Want to reinforce your gutters, keep them clean, and protect your home from water damage? Gutter Helmet does it all. That and more. A multi-patented system that I endorse. GutterHelmetDenver.com. 303-298-8888. 303-298-8888. Okay, so we were having a discussion on YouTube about Medicare, and they said, you know, my mom can't afford $460 a month or whatever your total is. And here's the thing. That's for me. Now, I know people paying $130 a month for Part B, not $300. And I know people paying drug coverage now, that's about standard. That doesn't go by income. But $30 a month for drug coverage, imagine that, $30 a month. Blood pressure medicine alone and all these other meds alone will cost you way more money. You can't afford not to have it. But this one woman says, you know, or I don't know, man or woman actually, I didn't look, but says her mom's on fixed income, can't afford it, $30 a month. Okay, I agree maybe, but there are other things like apps, right? What about, you know, in some cases actually, I've used these apps that are incredibly remarkable. I don't know how they do it. Someone has yet to explain to me how GoodRx can take something that's $150 and you pay $5. How does it work?
No idea.
I mean, how does it work? How does it work? That's what I'd like to know. So the bottom line is, if you have coverage, you're going to save money no matter what. And now, if you can get the app, get the app. But Medicare, I think you can't afford not to have a good supplement either. Now, some people do Medicare Advantage. That's where the government, you know, just what you would normally pay goes to a private company, and they handle everything, except there are some exceptions where it's not really good for, it wasn't really good for me, according to John Jones. And I know this is spur of the moment, but you know what? Since we're on the topic, and I have a lot of people interested in this topic, if we can get John Jones on quickly just to kind of do it.
Tom, here's what it says about GoodRx.
Just to give us some answers. Yeah, go ahead.
GoodRx makes its revenue by collecting fees from the pharmacy benefits manager, or PBMs. It works with them when consumers present their GoodRx coupons. Then it goes on to say PBMs are middlemen that fit into the notoriously complicated drug supply chain where they negotiate prices with manufacturers on behalf of insurers. In a very simple example, imagine a patient pays $20 for a drug. The new PBM might collect $6 from the pharmacy, leaving the pharmacy with $14. The pharmacy also incurs dispensing cost. The PBM then splits part or some of that fee with GoodRx.
But geez, it's still, though, Deputy Doc was talking about some prescription around 130 something bucks, and he got it for like 5 or 6. It just doesn't make mathematical sense to me. But in any case, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So yeah, Suze, anybody at Integra or anybody maybe can answer it. I'm just asking about in general how it works for Advantage versus Part A, Part B. A lot of people have older relatives or are getting old themselves, and they may want to know. So that's one thing. Now, we talked about something that I want to go over, and that is evictions. Okay. So I'm starting to write down things, so when I say I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to talk about it. Now, on evictions, we've had a lot of calls on evictions. Mark, you did some research about evictions around the country. They're up all over.
Yeah, so Dallas, Texas, for example, you know, there was 600 last week, and those are live numbers, but it is almost triple what their average is over the past 2 years.
Okay. Now, in Colorado, we know they're up. We can just tell that by our phones. And
oh, it's crazy.
It's always the same story. And here it is. I'm getting evicted, and I don't know why.
Yeah, for no reason.
They're not renewing my lease.
And I'm 100% paid up. In fact, I've even paid them more.
But in many of these cases,
at the end.
In many of these cases, they took advantage of rental assistance. They may be paid up, but landlords are thinking to themselves, here's what they're thinking. If I have to do this again, these people have already shown me they're going to take advantage of it. Some did not get rental assistance, they just didn't pay. And even if they made up some of it at the end, the fact that they took advantage of the no eviction bothers a lot of landlords. And so what you need to do is be proactive. If you got any assistance, late fees, or didn't pay during the pandemic, you have to talk to the landlord and say, listen, I need to explain why I did this, and I need to make it right. Before you spring this on me at the end of the lease, are you inclined to renew if we arrange a payment plan for any past due or back rent? You need to do it. Now, for those who just took advantage, and there were plenty that did, do you know, Mark, it was Sandy who called. I know Sandy. She used to be a dog trainer. I forget her last name. She called during the pandemic. Her renters were not paying rent. But it got worse than that. She couldn't evict them. But you know what they did? They moved out and were renting it to someone else.
That's unbelievable.
And she...
I remember that.
...could not evict them. They made thousands of dollars 2 ways. First, renting out the place. Second, not paying rent themselves. They were able to buy a house. Imagine that. You know, there were a lot of dirty scoundrels. Now, they weren't all people trying to skip out on rent either. I'll tell you some other dirty scoundrels when it came to the pandemic. There are people who got millions, Mark, in PPP loans. And also people who hired people just to lay off people, or who hired people just to get a loan to keep them on with inflated numbers. There was so much cheating going on. What do you think? Wasn't there an estimate on how much cheating there was for PPP loans?
It was actually more than the valid loans, if I recall, if you took out huge companies like the airlines and some of the other ones. And the other thing, I know you and Suzanne liked the guy, but whoever was running, what's the guy's name that runs the unemployment?
Phil was a great guy.
Phil, that entire thing was such a shambles. I can't believe it. There was more fraud than I've ever heard of in anything.
But it wasn't his fault.
He's the head of it. He was the head of it. Whose
Mark,
fault is it then?
Mark, he was the acting head.
Okay.
The computer systems were going crazy.
It's
he
like the
inherited
government
it.
now. The buck stops nowhere. It just points to the next guy.
But you know what? The government now, I understand, is going after some people for PPP loan fraud.
They should, and as well as unemployment fraud. That was insane.
But every time the government comes up with something, you have people who do the fraud. But the PPP, let me get this straight. It was a loan. You were supposed to pay it back, except if you could show what?
No, the only thing, no, you had to pay it back. The only thing it would cover was certain aspects of payroll. I don't remember the numbers, but the other operating costs you would have to pay back. You could cover your employees for a certain amount of time. I think it was 3 months, and it was only up to a certain amount. But, you know, other than that, you had to pay the money back.
But, Mark, there were people being arrested and convicted and others getting away with millions in PPP loans. So I don't know how
they'd create a fraudulent company. I mean, literally, just create a company, put in the paperwork, and get their check. The government had no idea what they were doing, just like unemployment here. They had absolutely no idea what to do. They were lost.
Now,
and who created all these issues? That's even the funnier part.
One study estimates that it could be, let me get rid of this, doggone it. I hate when these pop-up windows happen. One estimates $100 billion in fraud. $100 billion. And basically, it stood for Paycheck Protection Program. And it was created under that dreadful Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the CARES. And that was, I believe, under Trump, wasn't it?
I think a lot of it started under Trump, absolutely. Listen to this. Colorado, this drives me insane. Colorado paid out about $73 million in fraudulent unemployment complaints just in 21, it says.
And by the way, scammers would loan stack. They'd apply for loans from multiple lenders, and then they would take the proceeds for unapproved purposes,
Tom,
and then
I
provide
think
false statements. And actually, sometimes they didn't even hire people. They just pretended they hired people.
Well, or they exaggerated the salaries. But what kills me about all this money we're talking about, who is it? It's our money. Literally, it's our money. And how do we penalize these people that don't look after our money? We don't. It's just amazing how stupid we are.
Waterpros.net for your wonderful water system. You can get a triple filter reverse osmosis at your kitchen sink for drinking water. Don't buy bottled water again. And that's under $1,000 fully installed. Waterpros.net.
All right, Mark, you got a Paragon coming up. Who wants to go first on this one?
I will.
Okay, just make sure we don't have anybody talking over anybody.
Tell Mark, though, so he knows.
Yep, he's good.
Does he have anything?
Yes.
Yeah, he's coming in first.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Homevestors is a place that will buy your home tomorrow. Now, obviously, if you have a home for sale, you may want to go the conventional route, but here's the deal. So many people have deferred maintenance, or they don't want inspections, commissions, loan approvals, listing. Oh, dreadful. They just want to get rid of their home. If that's the case, Homevestors might be your answer. I'm not telling you you won't get a good dime for your property. You got to call and find out. In fact, even if you're thinking about a conventional sale, maybe you're willing to go with Homevestors to get it done quickly. It's only a phone call. It can't hurt you. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER.
$70,000. That's what Paragon Services got me after my homeowner's insurance company sent out an adjuster and said we didn't have any hail damage. Well, of course we could. I could see it, and I'm not even a roofer. But I had to call Matt at Paragon Services. He got involved. It went from $0 to $70,000 in less than 6 months. You have any problems with your homeowner's insurance or your commercial policy, even up to the last 2 years, even if it's a case that's already been opened, call up Matt. He can get you more money. It's simple as that. 719-726-0020. Do not leave money on the table. Paragon Services.
QC Kinetics patient Robert Patterson, a veteran and...
Mark, can you hear me? No, Mark? Hello?
Hey, Mark. Switch over off, Mike. No, you ain't talking to us.
They just get worse, and I just kind of...
I was trying to talk to you.
...for a long time, and it finally had said enough is
Yes,
enough.
he
It's
doesn't.
okay, because QC Kinetics tells your pain, hey, enough is enough.
He doesn't like us.
He only wants to talk to Tom, I guess.
What's that?
Oh, you can hear me okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but Mark can't. I was trying to tell him how much our vet bill was.
How much?
Oh, so you are hearing me. 270 bones.
That's not bad.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what was your name?
She's got to cost us a couple hundos
Hey, Melinda,
every
Mark
few
Major. I'm
months.
with the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. How are you?
What?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, we were having
The best was when we got our brand new motorhome, take it out for the first time, starts barking while we're grilling, so we put her in. She accidentally locks herself in and us out. And you would think, wow, there's a code you can put in, but it was so new we didn't even have the code set up yet. $300 it cost us, Dragon, to have a locksmith come out for that. Then when we were gone for a month, I don't know if you were doing our show in May, jumps out of our car while we're moving. That was $300.
Someone might just be able to chime in on some of
Scared the life out of us. Like in the middle of traffic, So.
She's a bright one.
Yeah, that'd be great. It's not a negative thing whatsoever as far as your company. We're looking for like extremely why we're getting more calls now. Why are these numbers just popping everywhere? And I can find live numbers from other places like in Texas and some other places where they actually have live data they follow when evictions are filed. But Colorado doesn't seem to have any real live numbers, but we know purely by call volume it's going insane, and we're trying to figure out, really why more than anything. We're on right now. We're on from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're on every, Monday through Friday.
I can do Thursday the 4th. Is this in studio? Yes. It sure is. See ya then. Okay, Ted Rowland handled.
Alex, what should a homeowner do? Call XL Roofing. 303-761-6400. We'll inspect the roof and let the homeowner know if they should file a claim. Guys, why should homeowners trust Excel Roofing?
We've been in business for 29 years. A+ BBB rating, and we're Tom Martino's favorite roofer.
At Excel, you don't pay a cent.
His kid is cute in the commercials.
761
Jay Brett's kid.
at 761-6400 or go to xlroofing.com.
I got just over 30 seconds.
This report is sponsored.
I'm going to put Dima on Craigslist now.
No, you're not. She's going to put you on Craigslist. We'll do a family vote.
The European Union has new crypto regulations that will cause more harm than good. I'm Mark Moss. Each week,
discussing the decentralized revolution. So join for the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Harris Family Law is a family law practice with divorce and separation and child custody issues, all issues pertaining to divorce. They have a large firm with attorneys specializing in whatever you need. They do bundled or unbundled services. They'll do as little of the divorce as you want or as much of it. They do mediation as well. And they do collaborative law, which is a cooperative law with the other side agreeing not to file anything to keep costs down and to discuss everything. It really works. 303-515-5000. Call harrisfamilylaw.com. They have a heart for families and kids and in keeping costs down. 303-515-5000. So let's talk to Pete. Pete, what's going on? Hello, Pete.
Hey, Tom. Got a 2008 Toyota Sienna with a blown head gasket, and it's not worth making the repair on it. So I was looking at trying to sell it on numerous websites. Kind of all pop up with the same number, and as I researched the Better Business Bureau and different reviews, it seems like they're all either 1 star or 5 stars. And I'm trying to see if you have any suggestion of what might be the best way to get rid of it.
I don't know if they... Okay, yes, I do have a suggestion for absolutely sure. And that is Step Denver, one of the best organizations I know. However, I am not sure if they take a car in disrepair. Now, another place is, I believe, Willie B., who's an on-air talent with iHeart Denver. I believe he collects vehicles to give them away as well, and they do repairs. I think we have to make sure of that. But I would start
KARS, Cars for Kids.
Well, that's now I don't know anything about those.
I was going to say I know that's Mark's favorite, so.
But I don't know about them. Okay, I'm looking here on the FAQs for Step Denver, and okay, will you fix up my vehicle? It is a goal, Step Denver, to obtain maximum amount for every vehicle. Let's see. So I don't know. It doesn't ask the question, does my vehicle have to be running? I just don't see that here. Anyway, so I would call Step Denver, though. I would ask him about it.
Okay.
StepDenver.org is one of them. Now, there are other places that are pretty legit.
I say Cars for Kids because I know they will take towaways, they'll take anything, and they'll write you a voucher or a tax credit or a donation letter, whatever it is, for the full amount that it's worth.
Yeah, I don't personally know them, but I have heard good things. I mean, we haven't, let's put it this way. After all these years, we haven't heard anything bad about them.
You know what sucks about most charities, though? Really what you want to look at is you donate something, how much of the money goes to the organization compared to overhead. That's really how you look at a charity. Wouldn't you agree, Tom?
Yes, and this one has a really good rating. I mean, it's 4 solid stars.
Yeah.
So, you know, Cars for Kids, that's K-A-R-S. For kids, so you would spell it the way Mark would, and then you can look them up. Cars for Kids.
That's that New Jersey GED, boy.
Yeah, Cars for Kids, or Step Denver. And how many miles on it?
We wore it out. There's 303,000 on it.
Oh my God, 303,000, and you drove it. You drove it all 300,000.
Yes, I did. Yep.
What kind is it?
Fantastic vehicle. It's a Toyota Sienna.
Holy crapoly! I'm sure it needs way more than a head gasket. I mean, tell me about the tranny.
No, everything else is working fine on it. What happened? It got a cracked radiator, and my daughter was driving it and continued to drive it as all the coolant leaked out. So.
Hey, did you have it from new?
Yes.
What is your secret? Tell me what you did with this vehicle to keep it.
No, just making sure to keep up the regular maintenance on it. It worked fantastic for us.
Cool.
Hey, guys, I was just looking into Step Denver. Looks like they do not do any major repairs. They only deal with minor stuff.
So they won't take it if it's not running. Mark says,
I believe
Mark
so.
says Cars for Kids will do towaways?
Yep, they'll come get whatever you got, man, if it's got a title.
Fantastic. Yeah, and it's got a clean title on it. It's been paid off forever. So, yeah, well, that's good. I appreciate that because, like I said, I was looking at these different websites, and the more I looked, the less comfortable I got. So I said I'd call the experts and Mike could.
And another option, by the way, another option is to literally, and I'm not saying this is instead of donating, but frankly, it may not have any donation value. Maybe no one will want it. Let's say that's the case. Then what you do, and you know, definitely try Cars for Kids, but you go to any junkyard, they'll take them. They'll take them because
if you
there's
get them
got to be
there,
parts used.
They'll give you $300 for it, most likely.
And there's always, no matter how old or how bad a car is, there's always going to be a certain amount of parts available that they can use. So
yeah, because it's got a brand new radiator on it and 4 good tires. So yeah, that's the 300 mark. That's about what everybody has said if I take it to a junkyard. So I was looking at that too.
Or if you really want to get rid of it quick, bring it over to Jeff Jolliffe and tell him you need a transmission, and it will disappear overnight, most likely.
No, that's only if he does a transmission, and then you need warranty work.
Yeah. I heard y'all talking about that last week. Yep.
Does it run?
All right. Well, yes.
You could always leave the keys in it. Leave the keys in it. Yeah. Take it to Aurora or downtown Denver.
Yeah.
We used to say that about New York. Remember that? That's how terrible things are getting. Hey, Josh, you want to talk about a heat pump? I know a lot about heat pumps. And Heidi, you hang on. We got more coming right up.
Oh. Okay, call Compass Insurance. You tell me when you got a pen. I'll give you their number.
You're coming up after weather and traffic
here, Tom. Do you have a pen? I'll give you Compass Insurance phone number. 303.
Hey, can I have audio just going into the spot? Just so I know when to start it.
Compass Insurance. Compass Insurance.
Compass, COMPASS.
Insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, do you know what the IICRC is? Haha. Neither do most restoration companies, but it's the Institute of Inspection, Cleaning, and Restoration Certification, and American Restoration has it, along with all the EPA certifications needed for fire, flood, mold, crime, unattended death, meth labs, asbestos. Oh my God, whatever it is that you need help with on your property after a tragedy or a catastrophe, I should say, they can do it, and they will do it honestly. The important thing is honestly, because even though your insurance might pay, they're only going to pay once. If you get the wrong company, you have a mess on your hands, and we've handled those problems where people have a mess. They got to call American Restoration 24/7. Let me tell you something about American Restoration. They're good people. They're honest people. And this is an area where you don't have much of that, trust me. 8337-AM-REST, 8337-AM-REST, or AMREST247.com.
Hey, that's another one with the killer jingle, that Patriot software. It does, man.
Yeah.
You missed all the salespeople today.
What? It's a meeting?
I guess so, man. I hate when I pull in and there's actual cars in the parking lot. You think if I had a cone and I just kept it in the back and I could keep the cone in my favorite spot out front that it would work? No one would move it? Or do you think it would not work?
No. Somebody will mess with it.
Yeah, I think someone would mess with it, too.
If it'll stay there for too long, definitely somebody on the FMs. They'll
Rock,
make it a
it's
bit.
Suzanne with the Martino Show. How you doing?
Did you see the Larry David where he borrowed a handicap placard?
Yeah, I didn't, but I'm sure I did, but I can't remember it. I don't know, man. I thought it was always funny he'd drive that stupid little Prius. He lived in a house that's got a footprint the size of the White House, but he drove a Prius. It seems very
In
stupid.
later seasons, he didn't. You know what he drove in later seasons?
What?
A hybrid BMW.
Oh.
But it's a little one, the little, like, boxy, not boxy
Little
one,
smart car thing.
Like, yeah, but it was, yeah, a little bigger than the Mercedes one.
Putin's over talking to Iran and Turkey right now. Man, that's just an amazing thing. They're making a whole to-do out of it.
He wants drones, right?
He drove an I-3, I believe it was called.
It's going to be Russia, China, Iran, Turkey, and then throw in some other bad actors against us. That's basically what's happening in the world right now.
It's a good thing we're holding on to that strategic oil reserve, so we're good there, right?
Yeah, that's right. Thank God we have all that oil in case of a attack or something. We can get around. Oh, man, this guy's a moron. But gas is coming down.
Well, when you flood the market with 2 million barrels of oil a day...
No, when you sell it to China.
Well, at least they're making a profit off of it then?
Do you think so?
You selling it at wholesale, at cost?
I think France, Germany, they're going to be the first to say, we kind of like the taste of that Russian energy.
What is Putin meeting with all these people for?
Why not? He's trying to create the new world order since we have no one at the helm right now. We have got a empty capsule.
Well, we're going to have another 6 years of it.
Oh,
of what?
God.
Of the president?
I
or
know.
what?
Tom is such a liberal. I cannot believe it.
10 seconds.
Now he's going to say, well, I don't want him.
More inventory in better condition. DeckSuperstore.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Josh, you have an HVAC pump question. Heat pump. Okay. Go ahead, Josh. What's happening?
Yeah, so I unfortunately need a new HVAC system, and there are no referral list members in Fort Collins. And I noticed a lot of people are trying to sell me a heat pump.
Well, you know why? Do you know why they're trying to sell you a heat pump, Josh?
No, that's why I'm calling you.
Because they can't get furnaces.
Well, they're paired with a furnace, though.
No, they're not.
So it's a heat
then
pump.
it's not a. Then it's not a heat pump. It's not a heat pump. Heat pumps are not paired with furnaces. I don't know what you mean.
I did a little reading last night, but I could only do so much, and what it said was heat pumps don't perform well in freezing conditions. So
right.
Some people in states like Colorado and Wyoming will actually pair a heat pump because it has its advantages above freezing with an actual furnace. So you sort of have the best of both worlds.
You tell me the advantages. Tell me the advantages of a heat pump. Tell me.
I have no clue. It sounds like maybe it keeps the air. I don't know.
Yeah. You're just using double the energy. Or maybe not double, but I don't get it. Okay.
Well, I think here's one advantage that, like in a mini split at least, the heat pump can do the cooling and it can also do the heating.
But that's in a mini split when you don't have a furnace and an air conditioner. No one would ever recommend that for Colorado or especially northern Colorado. I don't get it. I mean, I can see no advantage. But you know what? Why don't we get our expert to talk about it? Let's get either Plumline or Fix It or somebody on to give a professional, that's what you called about, not for Tom's opinion, but, I don't want to discourage you if I'm saying something wrong. But in my estimation, from what I know, you do not have an advantage to some kind of hybrid heat pump furnace thing. And I don't know of any, other than if you're going to do an air conditioner anyway, let's say they can't get air into that room for some reason, and the only way you can get it is with a mini split, then you have to go with a heat pump situation.
And real quick, we do have two different companies on the referral list that go to Fort Collins. Lighten Up and Greeley Furnace actually will go down.
Nope, I talked to Greeley Furnace yesterday. They said no.
Well, wait a second, though. Sorry to interrupt. The girl is new. She didn't realize they went to Fort Collins. I just called and confirmed, man.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Man, I wouldn't be happy with that employee.
But let's get an expert on. Let's get an expert on.
Lighten Up is no longer around. They've been acquired by another company.
Oh, got it.
So, and I guess one other question when you're getting your expert on is I get these bids that, have budget, good, better, best. And even the budget systems are, for my house, $20,000.
Wait, hold on. $20,000?
I've gotten, so far, 4 bids. They've ranged for furnace, air conditioner, combo, between $20,000 and $26,000.
What size home?
It's about 4,000 square feet.
Okay, all right. Now, it might be a little high. That's right. But you're right. With the increase in prices, do they have to do any ductwork at all, or is all the ductwork there and fine?
No, it's all there. It's just replacing a 20-year-old system.
Is there any code upgrading?
I don't think so.
Well, okay. I'd be interested in. I'd be interested in this price, man. No, I would say maybe 18 to 20. Do you have
the lowest bid I have so far is 20. The highest is 26.
Okay, Mark, doesn't that sound outrageous? I want to talk to people. We need to get our expert on. And if you want to listen, you really should do that. You should listen and ask questions before you go out and hire someone. So hang on, Josh. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Teresa, what's going on, Teresa?
Hi, I bought a trailer, and I found out about a week ago that they gave me the wrong title for it.
Well, why don't they just give you the right one then?
Well, they claim that they don't have it at the moment.
What do you mean at the moment? I don't understand.
It's a long story.
Well, tell it to me.
She says that she thinks it's in her storage garage, but this is like a huge story.
Is this from an individual? Hold on. Is this from an individual?
Yes, it is.
Well, all they have to do is apply for a lost title.
Well, they scraped the VIN number off the trailer, so when I called the DMV, they told me that I would probably have to. Well, the thing is first of all, I brought the wrong title in to get it in my name, and I didn't find out it was the wrong title until they sent me the title in the mail. And then my daughter took the VIN number off of the title and went on Vindicator, and she went through an insurance company, and they helped her realize that that wasn't the right picture of my trailer. But
okay, whose trailer did you just put in your name?
Well, they're acting like they don't know.
I think they're in the business of stealing trailers. What do you think?
That could be a possibility. The reason why I trusted him is because he owns a big ranch, and he says he's so rich. And I bought the trailer, and I tried to live in it for a few months over the winter, and he caused a big nightmare for me.
What do you mean?
On top of that.
What kind of nightmare?
Well, so first of all, I saw his ad on Facebook renting out lots on his ranch. And then I told him about a trailer I wanted to buy, and then all of a sudden he met this woman like 2 weeks before me, and so he towed this other trailer over to his ranch. And so he knew how much money I had in the bank, so he sold it to me for that price. And then when I went to move in on the 1st of January, he told me I couldn't move in because I said he could have the couches to it, so he tore them out.
How much did you pay for the trailer?
Well, I paid $4,700 cash, but then a week later, he did a bunch of work, and I thought he was just being nice, and then he told me I owed him $1,200, so he took back the title that we hadn't put in my name yet because it was all like within a day, and then he said I owed him another $1,200, and I could pay him $100 a month for 12 months until it was paid off. Well, I didn't have water for like 4 months because he unplugged
Teresa,
my water
Teresa,
and made my water free.
I just need. I don't need details. I just need answers.
Okay.
You paid off the $1,200, so you paid $47 plus 12, right?
Yes, I did.
So about $6,000, and the trailer is on his property still or not?
No, I towed it to a lot because I moved out of his place about 2 weeks ago because I found a room to rent.
Yeah.
And so then he gave me back the title, and then I brought it to the DMV, and I paid. They charged me all the late fees for not getting it in my name right away, but I didn't even have it, so I couldn't. So then they sent me the new title in the mail with my name on it.
Do you want the trailer or not?
Oh yeah, I have it. Yes, I would like to keep it. And
is there and is there any VIN number on the trailer at all?
No, I can't find it. I think they scraped it off or covered it up.
Okay, then the guy's a thief.
Maybe, but I don't know for sure because he bought it from this lady that claims it was her, that she bought it from somebody.
Yeah, but you're not. Listen, why do you need a title? Are you going to be moving it around?
No, I want to sell it. Well, the first lot I put it on required insurance and a license plate, which now I can't use because I don't have the proper identification. So now Friday I have to spend more money and tow it to a place that doesn't require that. And so now I'm like left broke, and now I'm stuck with the trailer.
Will this guy who bragged about how rich he is, will he give your money back?
No, he won't. I've asked him.
How do you know?
Because I've asked him.
And where does he live? Where did you buy this?
He owns a ranch here in Colorado.
Where?
It's called Rimrock Ranch.
Where?
It's over off of Franceville Coal Mine Road. Off
And
Road
what
94.
county is it? What county? What city?
It's El Paso County.
Okay. You need to take him to small claims court. You'll get a judgment. There's no doubt. You'll get a judgment. I mean, you will. You'll get a judgment. And then this guy can either take it back or you go and start taking stuff off his property with a writ of execution. I'm telling you, don't play games with this guy. It's called Rimrock Ranch?
Yes.
Okay. Is he a maniac or is he a decent guy?
He pretends like he's decent, but then he did horrible things while I was there.
Like what did he do? Hold on. I'll come back to you. Just wait. We'll come right back to you right after this. Hang on.
Now.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Today, the race from eastbound 6th Avenue to both northbound and southbound I-25 now reopened after being shut down for most of the day.
I need audio, man, going into spots or I won't have a queue. Oh, no spots. Never mind.
Make sure we got fully locked in there.
Never mind, bro.
Say something pretty.
He hasn't responded to me, but I saw he read my message.
Suze, can we get one of our experts on HVAC?
I'm sorry, what's that? I just tuned you in.
We need our HVAC people.
Yeah, all right. I'll see if one of them will answer me. What's the question? August 11th, 15th, 17th, 18th. What's the question, Tommy?
Okay. We need to get somebody for HVAC to talk about heat pumps, either over at Fix It or Plumb Line.
How come I am not hearing my phone? Oh, that's why.
You may need a whole new system. Whatever it is, Fix It 24/7 can handle it. Great brand, like American Standard, great people, and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Find out more at
Oh, I already handled that message you sent, Tom. I sent it to Ron and Jack Larson.
Okay. Good.
They emailed us as well, so I'd already gotten it over. Oh, let's see. Ron, thanks for passing this along. We'll get into this right away. Perfect.
Who was that?
Ron Larson.
Yeah, I wonder what that is. That was odd. I have never heard of them not returning a call ever.
I know. It's like probably problem children,
Yeah,
you know?
I guarantee it is of some sort.
If they're throwing down threats and complaining to the bar, blah, blah. Larson's in on Monday, by the way. Mark, did you get that other one I sent you? I sent you an email about 5 minutes ago. Sent it last week. They haven't heard anything, so just resent it and replied with them in it.
Thinking about selling, or just curious what Orchard would pay for your home. Get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at Orchard.com.
Okay, I have a message into George. I'll give him a minute.
Eric Dorniger from Blue Sky CBD. Doctor, tell us why Blue Sky CBD is different.
Guaranteed purity and potency, zero THC, third-party tested,
Da-da-da.
Talk to us a little bit more about potency. We know that Blue Sky is different from other leading CBD brands.
Yeah, we have dosages. Still not on your phone?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, thank you. Where is John? Okay, oh, here it is. Can you connect? Test, please. I'm going to talk about all the things that people do wrong on claims they handle themselves. Okay, Tommy, I'm sending this to you from Fuller.
Okay.
So you know what he wants to talk about today. It's going to be in your text.
Okay. And it's at noon? Or 12:15, I mean.
Noon 15.
Yeah, noon 15. Use promo code Denver for 30% off.
Da-da-da.
That push us, the passions that drive us, from the feelings that move us, to the places that pull us, on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts here to keep you You know when you see a great deal on the phone, and then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yeah.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer. Current, new, everyone. Show the love. Only from Verizon.
Tom, have you been handling your own IV stuff? I'm just looking at people that need a little love and need to come in.
Yeah, but they canceled.
What?
They canceled.
Oh.
Yeah, they canceled. It's nothing to do with us.
Oh, I need to update your endorsement sheet.
They're reorganizing.
Okie dokie. Because there's 2 on there that need to come off.
No one appreciates the American dream as much as Romanian immigrant Mitch Floria. He arrived with just $300 in his pocket, started Art of Granite, now serves the entire Front Range and mountain communities. A direct stone importer who passes wholesale prices on to his customers for all countertops. Completed in just 2 weeks, including quartz. Bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. Tear out and haul away free. Get a price on the phone. 303-386-5919. TheArtOfGranite.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Don't forget, waterpros.net for the absolute best water systems. You can do whole house systems for under $2,000, kitchen sink systems under $1,000, waterpros.net. And drinking water is not safe anymore. It just isn't. Forever Chemicals, read about them. Dylan's got a heat pump comment. We'll come back to Teresa in a minute here. Dylan, we were talking about heat pumps and furnaces and the difference, and we were also talking about something he talked about, a combination of a furnace with a heat pump. Never heard about it, but never heard of that before. But anyway, go ahead. Tell me what's going on.
Okay, so I'm an HVAC contractor. So a lot of times heat pumps will go, with like a furnace. Especially if they're useful when, it's somewhere like, out towards Elizabeth or somewhere where, there's a lot more propane, because it's actually cheaper to run the heat pump, but they'll only run down to a certain temperature. So that's why generally they are paired with, like a gas furnace. It's, converted to propane.
Now, hold on. You're telling me you're going to run a heat pump sometimes and the furnace sometimes?
Yeah, so depending on, the manufacturer and model of the heat pump, some of them will go, 20, 30 degrees outside. Some of them even lower before they stop, putting out heat. So if it, on those really cold days, you have the propane furnace as kind of a, an emergency backup.
But why? Why wouldn't you just have a furnace?
Because, and again, this is, a lot of the applications, are generally for when people have propane, because propane is so expensive. It's actually cheaper to run the heat pump on the electricity than it is, to run the furnace all the time on the propane. So
I understand what you're saying.
Most common, if he doesn't have propane where he's at and he's got just a natural gas furnace,
I'm thinking they're probably just trying to, you know, upsell him, you know, because at that point you really, it's probably not practical unless, you know, it's specifically he wanted some sort of backup source of heat. So that was my 2 cents on it.
Okay, well, thank you. That actually makes sense to me. I mean, you're saying that there's a time that it would be useful, and it's when you have expensive propane and you don't want to use it. So are you telling me electricity would actually be better in those cases? That's what I find astounding. Hang on. I'd like to ask you, because we can't seem to get our expert on, so hang on and we'll figure it out. I'm Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
I was in Hilton Head. He was here, but he was at his house. And then Kelly
Okay, great. Thank you for the call.
was doing
Hang on
the
a minute.
phones on breaks. All three of us could talk to each other, and everybody on YouTube would hear it. And that's purely from the output these two do. It has nothing to do with our mixing.
It's probably the offline. It's the offline feed. But yeah, whatever we're feeding you now, I can feed into your office.
That's if you can do that. Let's just do that and then run the cables and we're good.
mischievous
And,
hands.
and I think I only need, with an IP camera, you might know better than me, I can run them right off a hub. It's not going to give a shit.
No.
Yeah, so all I really...
The only thing you want
I do not, thank you.
concerned about using a hub is that you don't exceed the gigabit bandwidth that you... So in other words, whatever video you're doing, you just can't exceed what this
Sounds
is
good.
capable of.
Before you leave.
Yeah, okay. So, but that'd be great. So we have one cable already run into here. And if I go right into the hub up there, and then just into the cameras we have now, whenever we got to mount them, fine, when the shelves are gone. And then the only other thing I'd ask for is if there's a way that we could run a cable up under here if we just want to put another camera right here.
Well, and this is what we have down in the spring.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
So this would be the host position. This is just off of the mic stands. They're Yellowtech mic stands. There's that one, and then there's that one, kind of like that. So you just have a pole and.
We would have to use IP cameras though. But yeah, this pole's perfect. Yeah, this will hold anything.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Is that down where Jess is? Is that iHeart?
Yeah, iHeart. Springs. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great, man. But I would still need the Ethernet run here.
Right.
Yep. So that'd be it. And I don't even need that right away. I mean, right now we're good here.
Right, yeah. This is just the current setup. And then once we kind of do all this, because we put Yellowtech arm, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that, man.
Okay,
and then eventually we got that arm there. That kicks ass. I like it.
Okay, cool.
Yep. So I'll put that computer back in there. You just tell me when I can light that sucker up, man. So all I need is the audio. I got two 50-foot cables. You want to use mine? Or I'll order them or whatever you need.
We're good. Yeah, so probably we'll start working on that next week.
And then are we cool going on to your very stable network?
No. I was told no.
Okay. Who said that's purely a mic decision?
Yeah, that's an Irving decision.
Okay. Should I revisit that directly with him?
You can. I don't think it'll do you any good. The issue is the video. So video is a big bandwidth hog. So.
Okay. So it's nothing to do with the network. It's literally the video.
It's the video aspect. Yeah.
Okay.
It eats up a lot of bandwidth.
What does it generally eat up? Do you know offhand?
Well, it depends on the cameras you're using.
If you're running 720,
you're looking at I don't know exactly off the top of my head, but I know.
Okay.
Broncos, when they started doing all their video stuff, they just up to a full gig circuit because of it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean your cameras. I mean you can hit a gig pretty easily. If you're streaming 1080p, 720p,
3 cameras.
I mean you're essentially 3 cameras doing HD audio. Yeah. I mean well, think about your Netflix. Even at HD, you're still pulling down about a gig. So yeah.
Yeah, I dig. All right.
So cool.
We'll just have to wait till someone rents out the first and second floor and then tap into their network.
There you go.
So.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, man.
Mark, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just there was some sort of explosion at Hoover Dam.
At Hoover Dam? Give me a fucking break. Holy fucking nut. Who said that? I don't see it on the news anywhere.
It's on Fox News.
I mean, so it's not a bomb.
I don't think so. I'm just telling you. I don't think it's a bomb. But I wasn't there, you know?
Yeah, I don't see really much on it. School board president tells kids not to bother coming back if they won't wear a mask. San Diego. Nice.
You continue today, we're talking temperatures right around 97 degrees, starting off with sunshine. We will see a few clouds, maybe a couple of showers. Overnight mid-60s, and then for Wednesday, mid-90s once again for people in
August 1st.
I think I might jump into Netflix here soon.
What do you mean? Their stock or something?
Yeah, they're...
I thought they're going to Shees.
They are. That's why I might jump into it. You know what I'm hoping they do? They said they'd never do it, but they need to come up with a commercial model for people that don't mind watching commercials and want to pay like $3 a month.
Why, is that you?
No, I couldn't do that. Honestly, I hate fucking commercials. I can't stand them. Except for ones that we do. I mean, other than that, I hate it.
Man, I got so many people scheduled. Oh, I got that handled. Always behind on something. If it's not bookkeeping, it's scheduling, or it's the show. Always.
Wow.
Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage.
Oh. Hey, do you got, see if he's got little violins we could play in the background while you're whining?
B-Large is too nice for that.
What?
Just little violins
whining,
while she's
so he wants
complaining.
some violins.
Consumers have a choice between natural earth mine and lab-grown diamonds. If you want to learn about all diamonds, come to Williams Jewelers. Denver's diamond engagement and wedding rings. We'll educate you on the benefits and values of both and let you decide.
I'm doing some design stuff.
I noticed. I'm sitting there trying to correct what I thought I messed up.
No, don't
and
do
it was
anything.
you.
Don't do anything. I'm fine. I'm doing something that is so good for me that I need done. That
I really love our call screener, if that's what you're talking about.
I'm doing
Always
some
tweaking
background
it.
stuff that'll keep track of in-house stuff, so when Mark screws me up, I'll know.
See, I can do, if I do forget in-house, I can work them into content like nobody's business, bro.
No, I know. I'm just kidding about that. I'm just working on something, though, that'll help me keep track of stuff.
It's Suzanne with Martino. How are you?
You should try those pills you take to make your brain better.
Come into the show this Friday.
What are those called?
Neuro something or other.
Do you get my calendar invites when I send them to you?
That's cash. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind. Let's go right to the phone. So Dylan was telling us that where there's propane and it's expensive, many people will do a hybrid system with a heat pump and prefer the heat pump because it's electricity. And then for backup, have a furnace. Is that right, Dylan?
Yes, that's right.
Well, that's good. I mean, that tells me why somebody would do that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the only other things would be if, they wanted maybe a backup source of heat for redundancy. Besides that, they're good.
They'll never hold up to they'll never hold up to a Colorado winter.
They do okay. I mean, like I said, some of them will actually, go down to, at least probably 15, 20 degrees outside before they stop putting heat out. But
yeah, but at what cost? At what cost?
Right. Usually, and I don't know how much things have changed as far as electricity prices, but generally it's still less to run that than it is to to run the propane. Plus, the other benefit is, ultimately you don't have to. It's not like you're going to run out of propane in the winter out of the tank and then have to wait to get it filled and that sort of thing. So it's, that's generally, where I see them used for that kind of situation.
I see.
I love those mini splits, man, and they are the most cost-effective thing out there.
Yeah, but Mark, they certainly aren't worth it, though, if you have ductwork and all of that. That is a great retrofit, is what you're talking about.
And Tom, John on line 3 had some info as well.
Okay, let's go to John. John, what is your info?
Hey, Tom, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. Go ahead.
So basically, I think, and Dylan was right, the difference is an AC unit, your condensing unit outside is hooked up to your furnace.
Yes.
The only difference with a heat pump is there's a reversing valve in there. And mine goes down to 28 degrees. The difference is that you don't get the BTU heat that you get out of gas. So say if you're used to 105 degrees coming out of your vents, you might get 95 degrees coming out of the heat pump. But all it costs is to run. It's no difference than running an AC. The cost of running the condensing unit is the same as running the heat pump. And once it hits 28 degrees in my house, it automatically kicks the furnace onto propane.
You like the combination, and you're doing it because of propane. So really, you're telling me that electricity is more expensive. Less expensive than propane.
It's no difference running your AC. I mean, all it is running like your condensing unit for your AC. It's the same amount of electricity.
I know, I understand that, but you're saying that is cheaper than propane.
Oh, yeah. About 5 years ago out here, propane tripled. People couldn't even afford to, fill up their tanks halfway. So I can get down to 28 degrees, down to 28 degrees before any propane kicks on my house.
Holy crap-oli. I mean,
they're worth it. If you're going to live there for a while, I paid about $2,000 more for this. It's well worth it. It's just like, but if you're just going to put a heat pump in and move in a year, then it doesn't pay. But I'll tell you what, it's going to pay for itself in probably 4 years for me.
Gosh, I love hearing about stuff that I don't know about.
But see, the only difference is if you look inside of a condensing unit outside, you're just going to see a reversing valve in there. And a reversing valve, all that does is either it's going to heat or it's going to cool whatever you ask for it to do. And it's just paired right to your furnace. But they're great. You just don't get the same heat. It's about 10 degrees difference from the BTU warm heat that you get from a propane, fire.
Yeah, I see. Well, thank you for those comments. We're learning a lot when it comes to that stuff. I love it. Love it. Thank you. Now, let's talk to Teresa about this trailer, because Teresa, this is so complicated. I think your best bet is to get a judgment against this guy.
Okay, I will.
So what I would do is you go to the county, El Paso County. Mark can talk to you off the air if you need it, but as far as logistics, you fill it out, and it's a very simple claim. You want your money back for repairs and for purchase because he cannot deliver good and merchantable title. And there's no way around this. I don't see how this guy gets around it.
Okay. I appreciate that.
and you keep us informed, okay? Because we will follow it along, and I'm marking it down here, okay? And you're going to, and then what you'll do is let us know, okay? So we're marking it down, and then you call us and let us know. Thank you, Teresa.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
I just wondered if you wanted me to add to the notes some of the dirty things he did to me.
Oh, yeah, I do. Yes, I do. What are some of the dirty things?
I'll say it fast.
Huh?
Okay, so when he went in the trailer that he sold me and acted like he was fixing some things for me and then charged me the $1,200, he admitted to me that he took out my propane furnace. And he told me he took it out because it was leaking. Well, then then I found out, I was wondering why my microwave wasn't working. So I went through 3 microwaves. I ended up buying a new one. My next door neighbor that was his housekeeper told me the reason why things don't work in there is because he only has like 10 volts of power coming in, and it should be around 40.
Okay, well, all of that's not important as far as getting your money back, but it does show he's a dirtbag.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just telling you what a dishonest person he is. But if you don't have time, I won't tell you.
It's not that I don't have time. Do you think there's anything relevant, like to fraud, that he did to you?
Yeah, because I know inside he deliberately didn't have the title, and he knew I wasn't going to buy it unless it was the correct one, so he purposely gave me the wrong title just to get my money.
Purposely? You think he did that?
Oh, yeah, he did, because he brought it in there. He knew I was desperate for somewhere to move. I didn't have anywhere to go. He knew how much money I had in my bank. And then he charged me the exact amount I was going to use for another trailer. But then he pulled a bunch of other dirty stuff to keep charging me money. Like the public service company only charges 10 cents a kilowatt for electric. Well, I called them because he was charging me 0.25 cents.
He's not supposed to resell. If he's not a utility, he can't do that. This guy did a whole bunch of stuff wrong. Start with small claims court. If we have to get dirty, we will. But that's where I would start. 303-713-TALK.
My water. He purposely unplugged.
Okay. Okay. We hear you, Teresa. We hear you. You need to start with small claims court for a lack of title. Then turn it into some more if this guy is going to get nasty. We can get nasty too. But you need to get your money back. That's what you need to do right now. You didn't get a title. Period. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Silverleaf Mortgage for your reverse loan. Silverleaf. It's a great company, and I know Matt, and I know he'll do his best for you. So if you need a reverse loan for saving your home from foreclosure, maybe for retirement, maybe for a lump sum or a line of credit, silverleafmortgage.com. That's 720-REVERSE. 720-REVERSE.
Hurting your neck or back can be a serious hit to your happiness and way of life. Pain relief doesn't have to mean an endless cycle of medication and doctor visits. Spine One's effective, minimally invasive treatments for back, neck, and joint pain have helped Colorado live pain-free for more than 20 years. And with same-day appointments at Spine One, you can get the help you need today. If you're ready to get your life back from back pain, call Spine One today. 303-367-BACK or go online at spineone.com.
I want to talk to John Fuller right now. He is our personal injury expert. My Accident Lawyer, actually. myaccidentlawyer.co. John, let's talk about people like to do it themselves, and it's not always wise. And I know they come to you afterwards and they've messed up. What are the most common mistakes people make when they try to handle their own claim?
Hey, Tom, the first thing that I run into just all the time is assuming that the person on the other end of the phone call with the insurance company is telling you the truth. And many times that's just couldn't be further from the truth. I have people that think by merely providing a claim number for the other insurance company to a doctor or to a hospital that they're going to be covered. And those people are going to end up in collections because that insurance company will never pay those bills as they're being incurred. The only way you get a good outcome in a personal injury case is when you take every available coverage and make it do the job that it was intended to do. And that's what we specialize in. That's what we bring to the table, that so many people, just by virtue of never doing it, don't really understand how things are supposed to work.
And when you're talking about available coverages, what do you recommend?
So I'm talking about the interplay between MedPay, between private health insurance, between the liability coverage for the other driver, between your own uninsured motorist coverage. I mean, all of these coverages have a place and have a time when they're supposed to be, in play. And if you don't know what that date and time and place is, you're likely to get those messed up and leave money on the table or miss coverage that you've already bought and paid for.
John Fuller, by the way, you can reach him directly, and he'll answer your questions free of charge. And then, if you hire him, of course, he works on contingency, which is a small percentage of what he collects. 303-597-4500. That's 303-597-4500. Or reach him on his website, myaccidentlawyer.co. Stands for Colorado, myaccidentlawyer.co. Another expert that I utilize, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Let me explain something. I could not do without them. Yeah, I have a 401k. I have a SEP and some other stuff I've done over the years. But what do you do to coordinate them? You can't just draw them down. What do you take first, second, or third? And then what do you do about taxes? What do you do about health care? What do you do about your legacy? All of these things, they consult you. And it's a very minimal charge based on what you do. And they will be upfront and honest about all charges and, more importantly, how it saves you money. Reach them at rpcenter.com, rpcenter.com. They'll meet with you as many times as you want to feel comfortable. And remember, they will come to you, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211. You've heard me say this before. When it comes to auto repair, what do you want? Of course you want longevity, and Sheridan Auto Tech has been in business for more than 20 years. Longevity is important. What else is important? Honesty, of course. And then experience, knowledge, convenience, and value. All of it at SheridanAutoTech.com. I call him Uncle Kevin, the owner, Kevin Calkin, because he treats everyone like family, including his employees. 303-455-7242, 455-7242, SheridanAutoTech.com.
If you've ever ordered food for work, you understand. It's different. There's just so much more at stake. Whether it's a meeting, a client call, or lunch in the office.
Where'd you say they were staying secrets what?
Food for work has to work. That's why there's Easy Cater. Food that's on time and as ordered from over 82,000 restaurants. And if there's a problem, rare, you can reach someone in seconds.
Thank you for calling Easy Cater.
Some food just doesn't work at work, but Easy Cater just does. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
This is Dan Kaplis. The Declaration of Independence declares the right to life to be unalienable. But many times each day, that right to life is stolen away by a reckless driver, and families are left to rebuild their shattered lives. At our law firm, we have a long and proud history.
I am so psyched about these changes I'm making.
Death cases on a percentage fee basis. If we can.
Yeah, what you doing?
Oh, it's going to be great. If you go down to the bottom, I put times in there, and there's a reason. And the times in a separate column because it calculates when that day is full, and I know I can't sell any more in-house by a glance.
Oh,
just a quick,
I see.
I can just do a quick glance and know, oh, can't sell that because 8 is full, 8 units. See, so you see Tuesday, I just calculated that.
Gotcha.
It's so cool.
You know what I don't have, Tom? I keep meaning to ask you. I don't know if you can put a permanent link on the call screener for your show notes for cases.
I absolutely, you want to be able to see it, right?
Yeah, I just don't have, you sent me the link once and I don't have it anymore.
Okay, I absolutely will do that. That's a great idea, and then it'll always be there.
Mark, we got to get Addie's food handle for her party.
Her what?
You know, we're going to have Olive Garden or Maggiano's or somebody do Addie's
Burger
party.
King, baby!
It's not Burger King.
Taco bar from BK.
Del
Calm down.
Frisco's. Perry's Steakhouse.
No, I already told you what we're having. BK. We're going to do BK burgers, tacos. We're going to have Wendy's show up and run their salad bar from the 90s.
How many do you expect?
Anytime with our free iHeartRadio app while streaming KHOW and the full screen player. Just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If I was to ask you the number one bicycling city in the country, what would you say?
San Fran.
Hey, you're cheating. How did you know?
No, really, Tom, that's my guess.
But why did you know that?
I don't know. They got tons of hills. It looks beautiful.
It seems awful California-ish.
You know, there's a company that supplies these surveys to me. They email me from time to time. I love them, and I ought to give them credit. I don't know why they do it. Maybe they do it for the credit because they never ask for it. But it's called lawnstarter.com. Landscaping tips, gardening tips, pest control tips, tree care tips. I don't even know what Lawn Starter does. I mean, maybe I ought to, but it's a great website. But anyway, I digress.
I got to read you something we just got, man.
Now this is the oddest one, Suze, number 2. If you guess number 2, oh, she probably already looked at it. Get real quick. What's number 2?
Number 2 city or a new one?
City. Number 2 city for biking.
She's on the phone.
Oh, okay. Minneapolis. Now, I don't agree with this, and it pisses me off. Number 3 is New York. Come on. Come on.
Well, you can't drive in New York.
But the number 3 city for cycling?
I bet it is, just because of the congestion.
The one is in Florida, like Miami.
Miami doesn't even make, hold on. Miami is not even close. It doesn't even make the top 50 right now. No, not even the top 50. But the top 3, San Francisco, Minneapolis, and New York, I disagree with all of them. Anyway, we'll go on to more. But anyway, Mark, what did you just get?
I literally just got this. The listener's name is Lewis Moore. Oh, man, it's sad as hell, but it's great, too. I mean, it's awesome. I just want to share with you the kindness from one of the companies you endorse, Dunn Plumbing. I have terminal cancer and needed... I had terminal cancer and did not need a plumbing headache. I called Dunn. Anthony arrived and checked the tank, jiggled a few parts, flushed a dozen times, and everything began to function. He said, oh, it was just accumulated calcium, and there is no charge. This poor man, I broke down crying, no doubt scared him to death, and then I called the company and reported his kindness. Thank you so much for your referral.
Oh, that is so wonderful. That really is. And, you know, Dunn is a good company.
Been around with us a long time.
They have been with us for a long time, Mark, and they're good people.
That's beyond. No trip charge. I mean, man.
I know. And, okay, so that's wonderful to hear. Get your calls in, folks, at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Now, notable cases that I want you to know about. If you are traveling and you go through Canada, Canada seems to have an error in their, it's called Arrive Can or Arrive Can, Arrive Canada, Arrive Can system. And he's been notified by Arrive Can that he had to quarantine. And he's been called, did he say 10 times a day, along with emails. That's crazy. And he says 10 phone calls a day. So just be aware of that if you go to Canada. Now, why did you say, Mark, that Canada is defective?
I don't like their prime minister. I think he's a little too lefty.
Now,
not trying to be political, though.
Also, we talked about evictions and how they're on the rise. And it's from anyone who got assistance during the pandemic or had late charges during the pandemic or have missing payments from during the pandemic where they could not be evicted. Landlords apparently did not rush to the courthouse to evict people, but as your lease is becoming due, they're not renewing. Some of them are evicting, but you see, I think they probably talked to an attorney, and I'll bet you an attorney said, you know what, it's going to look bad if you evict these people, blah, blah, blah. Wait till their lease is up. And I'll bet you that's what's happening. 303-713-TALK is our number, 303-713-8255. In fact, I'm almost sure that's what's happening when it comes to these late eviction notices we're getting. Okay? Another thing. There is a camera out for your dog. It's called, it's really crazy. It's called the Furbo 360. Now, what do you think the Furbo does? It has a picture, and you can talk to your dog, right? And it's a smart camera, so it runs off your Wi-Fi. So you can tune in with your smartphone to this camera and call your dog over. Your dog comes over, and guess what? You can see your dog's doing well, and in order to incentivize the dog, you can pop a number on your phone which spits out a treat. Now, okay, all well and good, you think, right? I think it sounds cute, but I know a dog who, if they saw a treat, and by the way, it rotates 360 degrees. So you put it on a table, and so you can locate your dog, or you call your dog, and then you look around for your dog, right? So it rotates. Then you stop it and spit out a treat. Good dog, right? Now, Mark, what's the flaw in this? You tell me. What's the flaw? Suze, you tell me. Suze, come on.
We have it at home, I think.
Yeah, we have one.
We literally have one.
Wait a minute. Do you really have one of these that
we have that exact? I think it's called Fido or something.
No, wait. Have you actually done it?
Yeah.
Adeline has.
Yeah, she sets it up and
with it.
Shoots out cat treats and dog treats.
No.
It's got a camera.
So she can stay in touch with the pets when she's in law school.
Yeah, but she's bringing her cat.
Do you tune in to this camera? She's bringing her cat. That's cute, by the way.
I don't no, we don't tune into it.
But what's the flaw? At least you guys didn't run against the flaw. But I know a dog that if they see a treat coming out of there and then you disconnect, they're going to go looking and they're going to knock that thing down and start trying to get the treat out.
Well, our dogs are trained not to knock stuff down.
No, Mark, it's not training. It's almost, you've seen those games where pets, they search for buried treasures, right?
Nico has done the Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
They don't really know where it's coming from, so they don't know where to search for it, Tom.
Oh,
and it's
because
like it's on a higher shelf.
It launches it.
Okay, so they can't, okay, that would be the way to do it, where they can't reach it.
When I go out of town, I set one up for Suzanne.
I was going to say, Mark, we can use this on the show. Listen. And then tell everyone about, hold on, man. Let listeners.
Wait, no. I'm going to put one at your house.
No.
And when you're doing a good job, I'm going to have it launch a slice of pizza at you.
I want listeners. Listen, we're going to put M&Ms in it. M&Ms.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, or M&M peanuts. Now, listen, I'm not kidding. Then we're going to let people log in. Can multiple people log in?
No. You got to download the app, and you've got to have all kinds of permissions. No.
Well, we give it permissions.
No.
Why can't we?
Because I don't want people launching stuff at me, so I don't even want to work through
Mark, there's got to be a talk radio application.
Sounds like a dunk tank.
There's got to be a talk radio application here. Do you remember I used to have the shock collar?
God.
I swear to God, I had a shock collar that I could wear. Now, it didn't really give me a shock. It gave me a vibration. But I wore this collar, and then listeners, who was the guy? Toby was the guy that designed the app for. It wasn't an app. You went online, and then you would vote. If I went on a rampage and people wanted me to stop, I'd get a red light and a shock, If they wanted me to keep going, I'd get the green light. We got to do some listener interaction like this, okay? We're always a show. I've always been an innovator. This camera gave me some ideas. We must do something for talk show hosts. I'm telling you. Now, you heard about it here, so when people try to copy
that is pretty smart. I'm trying to think. There's got to be a better idea than shooting an M&M at them.
Well,
but I love the idea. How can we make the show more interactive with the listeners? That is a great deal.
All right. Now, we could go back to my shock collar again, or the light. You know, we had a green light and a red light. Or we can just do a feed thing. And if there's anybody technically minded that wants to work with us, please call me. And remember, people, if anyone, you know what? I ought to call Mark Trenner right now and get this thing protected.
It could already be out there.
For talk show host, Mark?
Think through the iHeart app. They already have, the text is one thing, but you can talk by hitting the microphone button and send us the audio, and we'll play it on air.
But
that's
we couldn't
kind of
have
interactive.
I would like people to be able to control their own camera. So when Talib mistakenly moves off of me, they can move back to me instead of you.
Now, and there is ways to do that. That I have literally done before, where you have 4 or 5 cameras, or better yet, you have one very nice 3D camera. And what these cameras do is it spins around extremely quick, and it gets the entire room in here, and everybody can choose the angle from the camera that they want. I know Facebook has it down pat. I don't know if we can do it through vMix, but it is sweet, man. Each individual can choose what they want to watch.
That's what we really need. We really need to take it a step higher. We need our people to be able to control the cameras. And look, I'm getting a lot of reaction.
Well, you understand, they don't actually control it, but they can choose their own view.
You're right, that's what I want. Not only choose their own view, I want them to be able to toss a treat at me or something, maybe even toss a turd if they don't like me. I mean, something like that, right? We have to have something for positive reinforcement or negative. I like it.
They're 360 cameras. That's what they're called.
And I have a 360 cam, Mark, but I don't know. Mine you can't log into and pick your view. So we have to do research, okay? I want to do it. I think it would be extraordinary. We've got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com.
Westbound I-70 at Steele. It's a vehicle fire that's blocking the right lane. It's involving a semi. Stop and go traffic from around Monaco with this situation. Again, westbound I-70 right around Steele, a right lane vehicle fire. The 6th Avenue ramp to northbound I-25 has been reopened, but Broadway and Dartmouth now shut down with an accident. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a high of 97 today, a 20% chance for some afternoon thunderstorms. Tonight's low 65, and then hot for the rest of the week. The high tomorrow expected to be 94. Currently, it's 95. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Take the stress out of your job search. Visit ExpressPros.com for jobs from a variety of industries. With more than 850 locally owned offices, the Express team is ready to help you find your next job. Go to ExpressPros.com.
All right, fixmyhome.com. That's the website. I love these guys. I use them in my house for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And right now they even started their own drain division as well. So you can get service in any one of those departments. And listen to this, for $139, they have an incredible program. It's their Green Bubble Club, they call it, because that's their logo. And it's really a cool idea. For $139 a year, you get 4 visits. Listen to this. One before each season. Tune up the furnace, the AC, a plumber to flush water heaters, an electrician to tune up your panel and electrical system. Also, if you need a replacement, you pay membership fees, and and they add those up and credit you the entire amount you paid if any replacements are needed. This is a great idea. Plus, of course, they have the $39 check and extreme clean of your AC or furnace as we get further into the year, and that's only $39 for what amounts to a complete refurbishment. I'm telling you, you're going to love these people. 720-526-3939, 720-526-3939. Empower Reverse Mortgage is about reverse loans. And Mark Massey said, Tom, before anyone gets a reverse loan, they need to know about the market, the interest rates, what's going on, how they can use that loan tax-free, how they can use their equity to live on for assisted living maybe, or to keep their home out of foreclosure, or just to eliminate a house payment, and he'll answer all of your questions with no obligation. Empower, that's E-M, and then power, empowerreverse.com, 720-500-7719. That's the helpline. Ask your question, 720-500-7719.
For a limited time, Belco is offering 2.75% APY on a 17-month CD with balances of $500 or more. You heard right, 2.75% APY. To get that higher rate, you typically get stuck in a longer term, like 24 or 36 months. To open your CD, stop by any Belco branch. To learn more and schedule a branch appointment, visit belco.org/CD. Belco membership is required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Belco, banking for everyone.
Some breaking news.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Do you want me to get her on or get him on, or do you want to talk to her first?
Do you know what it is?
I don't. I can ask her what the question is.
Yeah, why don't we just ask and
I'll
see?
ask. Julia, heads up. What is the question about?
Dick reveals Trump's long-expected plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still might face 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it.
Well, if it's a hit and run, it doesn't sound like it was a hit and run if they got him, huh?
But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump
All right.
I might be able to answer this.
The Return in bookstores everywhere.
Got it, darling. Hang on a minute. It's a hit and run, but they got him. She was going to use her underinsured, uninsured motorist, but then finds out that the guy who hit and run has insurance. So just wants to ask how to handle that. Do you want me to get Fuller on board?
Yeah, you can.
No longer do you have to choose between an easy home
It wouldn't hurt.
or the best price for your home.
No, it would not hurt.
What about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer? Rudy's home sold out.
Mark, the Denver Summer Brew Fest is this Saturday. We haven't been to one dang one.
Where is it?
It's Mile High Station.
Boo,
I don't know if
I
we
will
want to go
not
all the way
go.
down there and
Why don't you like it?
risk being killed.
Because I just can't stand Denver, honest to God.
No, I'll never go to.
I drag him to Denver for the Killers.
I won't go down there anymore.
I went. I saw a ball game. That was fun. But other than that,
Well,
even that's nerve-wracking. Remember, I wasn't even going to park around there. I was afraid someone would steal
but
my cat.
we had that special parking, so that helped.
Yeah, we ended up in secure parking.
What is secure parking?
It's literally where the players and shit park, and it's got armed guards and a 12-foot fence.
Is it at the Chop House?
It's right. It's kind of like right across from there. Yeah, but it's part of Coors.
The Chop House has good parking at valet.
It's kind of right there. It's kind of interesting you said that. It's
right?
there.
Yeah.
Isn't it behind
Yes,
it?
Gated,
but
right.
this parking is part of Coors. It's literally the players and shit.
Oh, I thought it was them. I really did. Chop House, I thought, but.
No downtime and no surgery. QC Kinetics regenerative protocol can address anything.
You know, there's a chop house in Terminal A at the airport.
There's lots of chop houses everywhere.
Is there?
Yeah, but their beer sucks.
It does a good job. I mean, as far as steaks and stuff, it's not bad.
You know, I was telling Suzanne this, I've kind of lost my taste for steak. I have no idea why. I love pork chops, love chicken, love ribs, but
I wonder if it's the COVID. You've lost your taste for coffee.
It is kind of weird.
Lost your taste for steak.
But I haven't lost it. It doesn't taste different. I just don't crave it like I used to.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
Me
loving
too, actually.
bratwurst. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, brats are good.
Need some gas money? Listen every hour from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays for your chance to
Hey, this dude on
to fill your tank.
this dude put a food truck. That's not a bad idea.
It's not a terrible idea, but we got to get on it. I don't know if there's. She wants Italian.
What do you mean?
I don't think she
party.
cares. I'll talk to her directly. I don't think she cares.
What are you talking about?
Getting catering for Adeline's party.
Instead of bringing in a restaurant, bring in a food truck.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, Garage Magic. Don't forget Garage Magic for your beautiful floors, GarageMagic.com. That's your garage floors, your patio decks, your pool decks, your walkways, whatever you want, lifetime warranty, all employees, GarageMagic.com. Okay, so let's go to the phones and talk, and Mystery Mike has a show suggestion. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Tom, this is Mark's idea, so take it for what it's worth.
Mark's idea?
If you're comfortable enough and secure enough, he said, let your listeners remotely ring your dinger.
Oh! So if they like what they hear, they can do my dinger.
Yeah.
That might work. I like that. That's a good idea.
First of all, we'd have to get his dinger to work. I was told it's been broke for a long time.
No, it's working again.
Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty happy with my dinger so far. But, hey, anyone who says they can't improve their dinger is lying. Every once in a while, it deserves some attention. And that dinger you just did, here, let me hear it again. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Anyway, thank you for that suggestion. Now, let's talk to Julia. Julia, you have a question. It sounds serious. What's going on, Julia?
Hi, Tom. I was rear-ended 2 weeks ago. The guy that hit me took off, and while he was taking off, I was able to get his license plate. The police went over there, and he admitted to the accident, but he said he didn't have insurance. So I went forward with my insurance, which is Compass, and I have uninsured motorist property damage. Well, I got an email from them this morning saying that they did a carrier search, and he does have insurance.
Uh-oh.
So I'm just...
Okay. I see what you're saying. He has insurance, and he denied having it?
Yes, and he got a summons to go to court from the police officer at the time the police officer went out there.
Okay, you know what you need to do? You need to tell the police officer. Well, actually, you need to put a claim in. Now, if he didn't, you need to let his insurance company know, and you need to sue him too. So you're forcing him to put in a claim with his insurance.
Julia, were you injured?
I was in the hospital overnight.
Oh my God!
They saw some internal bleeding, but it did stop.
We have John Fuller on for that, Tom. John's on the line.
John Fuller, what would you do in a case like this if you found out that this client did have insurance and claimed he didn't? What would you do?
I would call me.
Okay, and what would you do?
So, no, I'm just kidding. I would call me.
I'm not kidding. That is a good idea. Go ahead.
So the next step for us is we would find out what that carrier is. We would attempt to open a claim and get the coverage against his, primary insurance. Chances are, the times that I've seen that, many times it ends up being an older policy or one that's already been expired, and there is not coverage in the end, but you never know. Sometimes it can be the coverage of a resident relative or any other source of coverage, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Part of our job is to find all the coverage that's out there and make it do what it's supposed to do, and that's just a difficult task, but that's what I've been doing for 20 years, and that's what we bring to the table.
Hey, John, what if you call the insurance company and they say, we can't help you, we need to hear from our insured, And then, and they play that game, because we've had them play that game before, haven't we? Where they say lack of cooperation from our client. Is that a real thing?
It absolutely is a real thing. Every insurance policy in the world requires the cooperation of their insured. And it is a real thing. But most of the time, if push comes to shove and they're just simply not cooperating, I can inspire their cooperation with a lawsuit.
Yes, exactly, because they don't want to cover all the costs on their own.
Exactly. So amazingly, they decide to cooperate as soon as they get a knock on the door and somebody hands them a stack of papers. But, listen, most of the time we can get people to cooperate with their insurance company. And even sometimes when they don't, and we've had situations where we just make an overwhelmingly compelling argument to the insurance company, and even despite the fact that their insured is lying to them or telling them a completely different story, they'll still accept liability and pay the damages because they just know it's the right thing to do.
Julia, did you have any injuries?
Just
she had an internal bleeding and was in the hospital overnight.
Yeah, but I want to know if she has any injuries lingering.
Yeah, just a lot of soreness, and I can't turn my neck.
This is I just got to chime in real quick. This is no offense, Julia, but this I've never quite understood this. Your neck hurts a little bit. You had internal bleeding. You were in the hospital. I want to tell you something, because my wife's going to live with this when we got T-boned. Eventually, as you get older, some of those ligaments and other things that were injured in this accident are going to come back and haunt you forever. You have to understand what happened to you.
And here's the deal. You need to start documenting. In fact, I want you to call John. I mean this sincerely. You need to call John. If you're not comfortable after talking to him, call another personal injury attorney. Don't do this on your own.
Okay, that's why I called.
Yes, do not do this on your own, please. We want to help you. And part of the help is to tell you insurance companies are not your friend. And, John, you've said that over and over.
Julia, I have literally used John Fuller twice. We got T-boned. Suzanne ended up in the hospital. No one could have done a better job. And then a year after that happened, our daughter got rear-ended on I-25, totaled her car. We called John again. He couldn't have done a better job.
Yes, and I'm so traumatized from this.
Yeah, why are you don't ever try to do it alone. Don't do it. Okay? 303-713-8255. More coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Hot and Crispy Fries.
Westbound I-270 ramp to I-76 is closed due to an accident. It's an overturned cement mixer, so just avoid that area if you can. Again, westbound I-70 to I-76. I-25 traffic is delayed just a little bit here and there, but no major delay. Now, that accident that had Broadway and Dartmouth shut down is clear, and that has been reopened. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, expect a high of 97, a 20% chance for afternoon storms. Tonight's low 65, and then a high for tomorrow of 94. Currently, it's 95. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Wendy's knows everyone hates cold and soggy fries, so they changed theirs to serve them up hot and crispy all day, every day, using only natural cut skin-on fries, prepared to golden goodness and perfectly sprinkled with sea salt. Try Wendy's hot and crispy fries today at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Okay, this is the time when we talk about two attorneys, and both of them will give you free advice on the phone. And then Joe Lazzaro will charge flat rates after that. Joe Lazzaro is a criminal defense attorney, free initial consultations. I hope you never need him. Joseph A. Lazzaro or Joe Lazzaro. You can find him at referralist.com. Here's the deal. Don't ever shop under pressure if you're accused of a crime or get a DUI. What you really need to do is consult an attorney. Maybe you've made a stupid mistake, something you could have prevented, or perhaps you were falsely accused, or there's another story. 303-429-6200. Joseph Lazzaro, 303-429-6200. Okay, BlakeHarrisLaw.com is another attorney, and that attorney will give you free advice on the phone about your estate plan. Whether you need more than a will or just a simple will, maybe a payable on death certificate for a bank account, or a beneficiary's deed to leave a house. Maybe you're going to have a small estate and only requires a small estate affidavit. Maybe you're facing probate with someone else who died. If you have any questions related to an estate at all, including your own, you can call 833-ASK-BLAKE and get free answers, and then he'll quote you flat rates for whatever you need him to do. 833-ASK-BLAKE. When it comes to kitchen countertops and cabinets, you're flooded with choices. But my recommendation is but one choice, Art of Granite, luxury with value. Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Wholesale prices on all stone and surfaces, including quartz. Pay only for fabrication and installation. And when the kitchen is done, the bathroom is free. All tear out and haul away is also free. Call now for your selection of quartz. All the latest colors. 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
Small business is doing crossover with Ross. Okay, this is, a couple of years ago, before he went over there at least. And Suzanne was in where she usually is. She's whispering to me, and Ross doesn't know. We're on air.
But for like a spelling bee or something.
And I'm telling him I can outspell anybody in the country. I was one of the best spellers of all time. And he's given me all these words. Suzanne's in there spelling the words into my ear, and I'm answering every single one perfectly that the spelling bee that just happened had on him. So his jaw was dropping.
Oh, did you finally tell him?
No,
Yeah,
Suzanne finally blew it by spelling a word wrong.
I blew it. That's right. I'll never live it down. I'm pretty sure he called Bonnie Shields.
Were you Googling him?
Yes.
Except for the one she got wrong. Which one was it?
I don't know.
It was one of those tricky ones where everybody spells it wrong. Spot. Sput.
Zero THC, third-party tested, and budget, lowest cost per milligram.
Talk to us a little bit more about potency. We know that Blue Sky is different from other leading CBD brands.
Yeah, we have dosages meant to affect clinical outcomes. Max release is 5,000 milligrams of CBD and CBG per isolated molecules compared to other brands.
CBD, CBG.
And finally, I've been using Blue Sky CBD for the last couple of years. How should people decide which product is actually the best for them?
We love the original for everyday maintenance, mood, and wellness. Max relief, chronic and severe pain. Pro for that athlete and all of us, peak performance and advanced recovery. And the sleep, the most potent sleep formula on the market.
Try it. You'll love it. Use promo code Denver for 30% off your next order. And check them out online at bluesky-cbd.com.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms.
Tom, Mark got us all stun guns.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and pepper spray. I was thinking of her going off to school.
And pepper, yeah.
How good is the stun gun one with wires?
Oh,
It's
no.
weird. It's crazy.
There is no way you would like it. Oh, I wonder what this feels like.
I have one in my purse. I'll show it to you the next time you're in studio.
It's terrifying just seeing it, man.
But, okay, okay.
I don't mean the looks of it. I mean when you actually hit the button.
What
it's
about
like,
non-lethal? What about non-lethal?
Isn't stun gun non-lethal?
No, what I mean is a non-lethal gun.
Oh.
What's a non-lethal gun? A
I don't
22?
Oh, no, look it up. I mean, they
Like a
shoot...
like a rubber bullet?
Yeah, they shoot some real badass, like pepper pellets.
Jeez, I don't know.
I was alone last week with some people for the show, and I think Mark got a little nervous. So, got me a stun gun. It was like, just in case I got to fight people off. In case I got to stun somebody.
Hey, man, someone got murdered in Castle Rock Sunday.
Tell Michael Brown and let your voice be heard. Call.
Text and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app. While streaming KHOW and the full screen player, just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Let's talk to Bennett. Bennett, go ahead. What's going on with you, Bennett?
Hey, Thomas, I wanted to thank you for recommending the Pain Clear Clinic.
Colorado Pain Care. Did you go to them?
Yes, I did, and I saw a Dr. Robert Mogum.
Mogum,
that's correct. And the guy couldn't have been nicer.
He is a great guy.
And he did tell me with this neuropathy, he said, it's kind of tricky, but he has some things he wants to try. So I'm going to get some wires put in next Tuesday with the battery pack.
Okay.
And if that doesn't work in 7 days, he has 2 or 3 other things. But, those people down there were so friendly and cooperative, I couldn't believe it.
And also, it's going to be covered.
Yes, it is covered. And also, I don't know if I called and thanked Marty, because he saved me $6,000 on this other deal.
Yeah, from those other guys that wanted to do all that crap.
Right. And anyway, this doctor was very, very impressive. And he was my last hope, to tell you the truth.
Dr. Bob Mogum, he will find a solution. He did for me. Now, I had to end up getting some surgery, but that's not in the same ballpark as you. And again, they do everything they can first, as simple as possible, but they work toward a solution. And he is the one that talked me out of the fusion and talked me into Dr. Joshua Beckman, which is a neurosurgeon. And I have never felt better as far as that goes. So, thank you, Bennett. Now, Michael, you have a Safeco issue. If you hang on, we'd be happy to handle that. In fact, Safeco is one of the companies that Compass handles, so Compass might be able to help us too. Stick around for that, and get your calls in, people. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
The Pod Meets World podcast takes you back in time to 1993 for the ultimate Boy Meets World rewatch.
Join original cast members Danielle Fishel, Will Friedle, and Ryder Strong as they relive every episode, sharing memories, behind-the-scenes info, and more. None of us have seen it.
Hey, did you hear that about Castle Rock, Tom?
Yes, what happened?
So behind where Addie used to work, it's called Perry's Pizza. It's on the Outlet Mall exit. But it looks like a homeless guy, and I'm only going off of his mugshot, man, stabbed one of the managers from Perry's Pizza behind the building, and that's usually where the employees park. So
wait a minute. So it wasn't Perry's Steakhouse?
No, Perry's Pizza. They've got probably 10 to 15 locations.
Oh, when you two were talking about Perry's yesterday, I thought it was Perry's.
No, this is literally where Addie used to work.
But you knew about it before anyone else.
Yeah, I know. Just because we know the manager there, or Addie actually texted us.
So, that's terrible. He killed him?
He's dead, man. Guy's dead. I think it's...
A young man?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, God.
Stabbed him. I mean, numerous times.
That is so sad. How old was this kid?
I don't know. I think 20s.
Ah, shit. His parents must be devastated.
It's crazy. But I can't wait to find out. They said there is no connection. The police do not think they knew each other. I think the guy's homeless and probably half crazy. And we almost never see homeless going through Castle Rock. Almost never.
Few, but yeah.
I mean, very few.
Transients is right.
Vagabonds.
Are these guns? Are these non-lethal guns? Are they like?
I think I'd rather have a stun gun than that thing.
Yeah, but you saw how that thing sounded. Which would you want executed on you?
What, the gun or
the stun gun or the
hold
rubber
on, guys.
gun?
I don't know.
Having a stun gun.
Yeah.
You got to be in contact with them.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I know that is the thing.
Well, if they're coming up on you, you just hit that button, man.
Well, I understand that, but you can be stabbed too.
Yeah, of course you could be.
I mean, I'm not saying these guns, man. They really fire along, and they have little.
Yeah, but
little
now
you're
packing a pistol.
Yeah, but Mark, it's not under the definition of a firearm.
No. But I'm saying you're literally packing a pistol. You're carrying a pistol everywhere. I mean, I'd have to have a holster for it.
No metal parts. That's dangerous shit, man. I'm telling you, because people can hide those things and they can do some harm. Like, I wonder what the airlines are doing about that shit.
Huh.
our mayor of Franktown.
We don't have a mayor.
Well, okay, if we had a mayor, I would direct him to send the homeless to Castle Rock.
If he's a homeless person in Franktown, he's off the beaten path quite a bit.
Hey, there was one time this cop had 2 people pulled over in Franktown just walking down the road, and it was kind of funny because, like, you just don't see it, man. Right. It just is not seen. And it's like, I wonder what they are doing there. I mean, it's crazy. It's like if you don't live there, there's nothing there. There's no stores.
We allow cyclists. They're out there a lot.
Oh, I hate the cyclists. God. I cannot stand cyclists. I
right now.
despise them. They act like they own the road. They're arrogant. The majority of them, quite frankly, are assholes. They are.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Mark. You're right on that.
They ride in these packs, and they just like, oh, we're better than you.
Bicycle gang.
The bicycle gang.
God, they're miserable.
You're going to start wearing leather vests. Watch out.
They wear those stupid shorts.
They wear those stupid shorts. They have those stupid padded seats.
And their shirts are always like shit you don't even understand, brands you've never heard of. They're sponsored by like companies like no one's ever heard of, ever.
It's like all European shit.
Yeah, exactly. Or soccer teams from like, the Netherlands.
Mark.
Tour de France.
So you want to check out the cycle bar?
Yeah.
I don't know about being in a room with people like that. It's like yoga,
Well, Mark does yoga.
Stuff like that, man. I'm like, can't handle that. I'll get up and get out.
You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the part.
Mark does yoga, but he doesn't wear yoga pants.
I wear jeans.
Yoga jeans?
Yoga jeans.
501 button-ups.
You guys talking about inventing stuff. There you go. Yoga jeans.
Hey, I saw a suit on Amazon that was made out of like sweatshirt material, man. Sweatpants. It looked you could go to a wedding and no one would know you're wearing sweats.
Yeah.
But it looks just like a tuxedo or a suit.
They make a lot of pants like that now.
They're cool, man.
What are you talking about, Mark?
The sweatpants that look just like suit pants. You can wear sweats.
What is your first
Top,
name?
bottom, look like you're wearing an Armani suit, and it's a sweat. It's made out of sweats. You're going to a wedding here this week.
I have to wear a tux, too.
I'm telling you, you can get a tux on Amazon.
B as in boy,
that is so comfortable, and no one will know you're wearing sweats.
All right, I'll tell him. Bye. Berna.com. It's a non-lethal weapon.
I know it. It's wonderful. That's exactly what we were talking about.
Oh, some guy just called and said, tell Mark to look that up. So.
Sweatpant tux.
One of the best, man.
Isn't
Berna
that called like a velour sweatsuit?
No, but it looks just like... Here it is,
Mark,
right here.
I was telling you about them.
Men's suit vest. It's made by Kufandi. Those new jeans I got at Costco were pretty badass. The black ones and those tan ones.
Those look really nice on you.
They are so comfortable. They are way more comfortable than jeans or slacks. But they call them jeans. They're like, I don't know what. They're like fake jeans.
Bad guy repellent. Tear gas plus pepper plus UV dye.
Hey, I'm going to get one of these kits. I'm going to get one of these guns.
You can buy tear gas? Gosh.
These burners are good, man.
On our website, Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. For pain, inflammation, anxiety, and even cosmetics with anti-inflammatory properties, pet products, equine products, you will love it. And you get 40% off whatever you buy right now, 40% off until the 20th at midnight. Just put in the code CAPS, SUMMER22, SUMMER22. Go to RealCBDThatWorks.com. Summer22 is the coupon code. Welcome to the show, Michael. Let's talk about Safeco. Safeco is an insurance company. What's going on with Safeco?
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my phone call, Tom.
Yeah,
I will try to make a very long story very short. My wife and I were on vacation at the end of May, and while we were gone, our car was stolen out in front of a hotel on Tower Road, and it was wrecked. We were notified by the Denver
Now,
police.
were you parked there and you went to the airport?
Yes, sir. We parked there and their valet service. They said, and it was a free parking right there at the hotel, and then we used their valet to and from the airport.
Got it.
So the Denver police contacted us, finally got hold of us. We were out of town, like I said, and they got the vehicle to the impound lot, the Denver police impound lot. Safeco was notified immediately when we got the phone call from the police. We contacted our insurance company.
Now, how did the police, if no one reported it stolen, how did the police find it and take it to the impound lot?
What happened, what they told me is that they saw some unsavory type that they'd been looking for hanging around the car. And they went over into that area, and then they found the car, and our information was still in the car.
Got it.
That's
Got it. Okay, so now what? What's the problem?
Well, the problem is that it was sitting in the impound lot for, Safeco says 10 days. My calculation was 14 days. They finally got it down to Colorado Springs, where we live. It stayed at Caliber Collision for 3 days, and Caliber had to move it to a different Caliber lot because they're just backed up. Safeco gave us a total of 40 days rental to help us out. Well, unfortunately, those 40 days are going to be up on the 6th of next month. Because of the backlog on parts and on cars, everything is taking, according to them, 3 months to get cars done.
Yeah. So listen,
right
Michael, what does your coverage allow for as far as rentals?
30 days.
Okay, because you made it sound like they let you have it for 30 days like it was a favor.
I'm sorry, for 40 days. Right. They gave me 10 extra days.
Okay.
Out of the goodness of their heart.
Okay.
So right now we are paying approximately $1,000 a month for a rental, and that is the insurance rate. Enterprise gave us an additional 30 days at the insurance rate. That's what they told me. That's $250 a week.
Is this your only car?
Yes, sir, it is. We are retired and seniors, and it's our only car.
Okay, but Michael, you have to understand something. This supply chain issue is affecting everyone, so are retail prices and everything else.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, sir, and I understand that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that come the 6th of next month, we're not going to be able to rent anymore because it goes to $4,200 a month.
Yeah.
They're telling me the car will be done. The last report I got, they think that might be sooner, but they said it was September 23rd.
God bless.
Really. So my point in all of this is maybe to alert people. First call I'd make to my insurance agent is get more than 30 days.
I don't know if you can. Let's call Compass.
And I don't know either. But if you can get it. And so
that's a good, you know what? That's a really good tip, by the way. That is a really good tip, honest to God. You know, we never really talk about that. We should talk about that.
Now, if it was the other party's fault, I would argue, I don't even think you could argue that 5 months. I don't think you'd get a rental even if it was the other party's issue.
Hold on now. You get your victims like you find them. Maybe that goes for property damage too, Mark.
I don't know, man. 5-6 months, that could literally go higher than the value of the vehicle.
Yeah, it's that's right. It's a 2019 Hyundai, and it kind of the way that I'm looking at it, my wife's looking at it, is that we're kind of being penalized for somebody stealing our car and wrecking it. If I would have wrecked that car, I'd have no issue.
Yeah, but it
my
doesn't.
fault.
But the insurance policy you bought when it comes to theft, it states how many days you get. I mean, you've got to understand that. You could have bought a policy
and I
that
do.
had longer.
And I didn't know that you even could, and I still don't know if you can. But if you can,
Is it that you only have one car, you guys, right?
That's correct, sir.
You're gonna how much? And I don't mean to be a smartass. Will Uber or Lyft help you during the interim?
Well, I mean, going to the store and things of that nature for a month. I mean, we could do that. I mean, let's put it this way: I will do that before I pay $4,000 a month for a rental. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a lot of rides for Uber. I mean, do you work?
I work part-time.
Okay. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what people are doing. This is terrible. Do you have any friends or any neighbors seriously, people that can help you out, and then you toss them a few bucks?
Well, I'm definitely going to talk to a couple people, And again, when I was thinking about this, and I've been listening to you for over 30 years, but my first time calling, so if I sound a little nervous,
Wow.
I am.
Man.
I just thought that it's really something that people should really be aware of, because I had another friend who just contacted a different body shop in Colorado Springs. He's got a damage of about $1,800, and they told him with parts that it could be 2 to 3 months.
God, that is unbelievable. Hey, I wonder if all body shops are experiencing this. I mean, Mark.
He went to a different one, and the one we went to is Caliber, which has, I don't know about Denver, but they've got, I think, 3 or 4 locations in Colorado.
Are you in Castle Rock?
No, sir. I'm in Colorado Springs.
Oh, okay.
I'm calling Brian Burns, Tom.
I'd like to hear from him if there's any kind of exception. Or did they have the guy that stole the car?
The police had him. They contacted me and asked if they were going to fingerprint the car and so on and so forth. And the officer asked me, the Denver officer asked me if I would be willing to press charges, and I said absolutely. Now, that's the last I've heard.
Yeah, because you can get an order for reimbursement, and while you think that's not going to do any good, they will make them write checks every month. I mean, they will.
Hey, I went to Costco Travel. So if you're a Costco member, you can rent a car through there. So Avis has one. You can get a compact car. I just put in the entire month of August, the 1st through the 31st. It's still expensive, but it's $1,450 for the entire month. So that's way better than $4,400. But you got to have that Costco membership, and you got to pick it up like, you're not going to. You might even be at the airport where you got to pick it up, but you got to pick it up wherever it says to pick it up.
And I have Brian Burns on, guys.
Okay, Brian Burns, Compass Insurance Group. Brian, have you been hearing from clients where their rentals are running out because repairs are taking 3 months?
Yes, I'm hearing this frequently, actually. It's because it's taking so long for cars to get fixed that, the rental agreements, if you're using your own insurance, the rental agreements are for 30 days, almost all of them.
Can you extend that? Can I call you up and extend that? I don't mean after the fact. I mean now.
No, there's not a way. I mean, you can increase dollar per day limit, but you can't increase the length of time with almost every carrier. It's just set for a period of time. Now, if someone else caused the damage, that's different, because you're not bound by their contract of how long they'll pay for a car. Or
yes,
if
you're right,
the insurance company is causing delay, I've been able to negotiate longer periods of time.
But if it's simply supply chain issues, you're screwed.
Yeah, you're going to run out of your rental car coverage.
Hey, Brian, if you had people that have been hit by somebody else, so one of your insured, if you will, that are getting a rental car, but it's going to take so long for their car to be fixed, the other insurance company actually totals the car, because with the rental price, it's going to exceed the value.
Yeah, I haven't had an example of that, but you're exactly right. That goes into the figure when you're starting to figure out what the total cost is going to be for this. If the rental car coverage or cost is going to just skyrocket the whole price, that it could get past that percentage.
They could be cheaper totaling it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
No, Mark. That's if they had to cover beyond 30 days.
No. That's what we're saying. Like, if this guy didn't get his car stolen, someone else hit him and caused the same damage, he still wouldn't be able to get a rental car till whatever he said, October. Therefore, the other insurance company, if there was one, might just total the car knowing they'd have to pay for a rental for 6 months.
Well, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a possibility for sure. I mean, but gosh, could you imagine totaling a car just because it's going to take too long to fix?
It's
nuts. I wish
nuts.
they would have totaled the car, or that they never found the car. It would have been a lot easier.
Right. Yeah, sure would have. I know it. How did that get stolen out of the parking lot?
Well, I was told that it's done all the time on Tower Road. This is from the policeman. He said it happens all the time there, and that the hotels do not cooperate with them. I guess due to publicity. I don't know. I'm just guessing that part of it. And they broke into the car, and this was the last year that Hyundai had the key and not the button. And they just jimmied the steering column and took off in it.
Oh, that's... the Hyundais are the most, I think, Brian, you might know this, but I think the Santa Fe and I think it was the Elantra are most stolen cars, but they're not the keyless ones. They're the ones that actually have the ignition and the key are easy to steal.
Yeah, they are. They're on that list every year, it seems like, where they're one of the most frequently stolen cars.
Well, my next car is going to have a button, and I won't be staying in Tower Road anymore. That's all I got.
Wow. I am just, like I said, I'm baffled by this whole thing. I didn't realize it was such a problem.
Yeah. Well, I thank you for the information about Costco, because we are members, and I'm certainly going to contact them.
So this is a good hidden secret for anybody out there. In fact, Martino turned me on to it. Costco Travel. Man, is that a hidden gem. Ever since he told me about it, I have used them 15 times.
You know what? Yeah, I can't believe how cheap we've gotten Hawaiian trips and stuff. I couldn't believe it.
Even right now with airfare, just the other day, Tom, we were plugging in dates, I think in October or November, 10 days in Hawaii, airfare, rental car, everything. The cheapest one, I wouldn't personally stay at this one, but one came back at under $4,000. That's 10 days in the hotel, a rental car, and airfare to the Big Island under $4,000 for 2 people.
Wow. That is unbelievable.
And you know whose fault all this rental car and the supply chain and everything? It's not the Biden administration. It's Russia.
And somebody just called and said you can rent a U-Haul for $20 a day, 60 cents a mile.
Plus mileage, yeah.
303-713-8255. More coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
Software.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money. Easy to learn, easy to use, small business software tailored just for you. With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that I hope you never need. But John is our expert, our auto accident attorney. And you know what? He can be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co. If you've listened to him on this show, you know that he has all kinds of information for you. If you're ever injured, don't hesitate to call him. You get free consultations, and he'll answer your questions. If you do decide to hire him, he works on a contingency fee basis, and he will give you his own cell phone number and personally supervise your case. And not just the big giant cases, but all of them he decides to accept. myaccidentlawyer.co, 303-597-4500. That's 303-597-4500. You'll have questions, and remember, you're not just a number with John Fuller at Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. Garage Kings the king of garage coatings. They'll do your garage floors, your patios, pool decks, sidewalks with a polyaspartic coating guaranteed for life and never any money down. Veteran owned and operated. 720-252-0370. That's GarageKings.com. 720-252-0370. And he claims he has the lowest prices and no money down. That's GarageKings.com.
Tune into The Mortgage Doctor this and every weekend. When it's time to buy a new home, lower your
house payment, consolidate your debts. Steve Henry is the Mortgage Doctor and the go-to guy in Colorado. The Mortgage Doctor Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 and Sunday mornings at 9.
A luxurious new look in your kitchen in just a week or two and save big. I mean, really, our family business has been creating them for many years. I'm Dan Cicchini, Done Right Kitchens and Baths. Find out how at 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Hi, it's Mandy Carl. Join my friends Gary Bell and Brad Pollock for the Bell and Pollock Legal Show right here on K-House every Saturday morning at 7. It's a free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
Severe weather is on the rise every year. Rather than relying on our aging power grid, millions are choosing to...
One of the YouTubies called you China Mark. Thanks, China Mark.
China Mark?
Why China
Must
Mark?
be for his Costco talk or something. I don't know.
I love Costco. I like Sam's Club, too, actually, a lot.
Find out more now at GeneratorFranchise.com. That's GeneratorFranchise.com.
My Hurley shirt, 2 of these bad boys, $12.
Oh, yeah.
2.
Wow.
How much were those spider shirts I bought?
I know. I'm buying new hangers every week for your clothes.
Those spider shirts were like 2 for $20.
Call 720-432-6125. That's 720-432-6125. Tell them Michael Brown sent you. Or online, HelpfulAceHardwareProPainters.com. That's HelpfulAceHardwareProPainters.com.
Hey, this Case 13 says Dragon...
Dragon took it to the nads or something.
Took what, though? Took a rake?
I think they're talking about, like, maybe the...
Shit.
Gun
I would not tase someone.
Any idea, B. Large, what Dragon would have...
Did something for the Fox.
That spells libel everywhere.
Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an
You
Must have been in his wild and crazy days.
Yeah, when you're coming up, man, they just make you do any kind of stunts, and you just do it because you need a job.
Well, what about the gal
no.
that ran around topless? The Asian gals? I guess she ran around topless for a couple of... Kathy, for the radio station.
When was that?
Years ago.
Oh, my God. That would be the biggest Me Too moment ever. I make Suzanne do that at the house.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Just a little bit cooler for your Tuesday. Body temperature is right around 97 degrees. So, hey, at least we're at a triple digit. Sunshine to start with a few showers and thunderstorms.
What?
Suze?
Yeah.
Try that link up on top.
Da, 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 da.
What link?
I gave her a
It's a
link.
top secret link, Mark. It's not for you.
Looking.
Oh, it's making me log in. Okay, I know my log.
Apply.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
I'm Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's talk about your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and anything that we can do to help you. Just call us at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So we're learning a lot today, aren't we? Honest to goodness we are. I mean, we have right now talked about rental car coverage, but there's nothing you can do about it. You're most likely going to run out of rental car coverage because of supply chain issues. Next thing, what about insurance on homes? We've talked about how because of the real estate market and the building inflation, the building materials inflation and shortage of labor, you're most likely not going to have enough money to rebuild your house. That you can do something about with a revaluation of your insurance policy and increasing the limits. There's a lot going on in this world. Who could ever tell that everything could be turned upside down inside of 3 years? Now, a lot of people are blaming the pandemic. A lot of people are blaming Russia. A lot of people blame all kinds of stuff. I wonder if we stopped blaming and just said, let's all work together to get it done, if that would be sufficient, except that everybody's blaming everybody else. And I don't think you can ever get anyone to call a truce on that. And that's the problem. People are getting, like, insane when it comes to blame. But what I really hate is not just the blame, but I hate when politicians, all of them, they get to a podium and start bragging about their accomplishments when they had none. When they start telling us how great we are. Have you ever noticed that? When they say everything is great. I mean, actually, Trump did that during the COVID thing. You know, remember when it first came, we were first coming out in February and March with the spread, and he said by Easter we should all be normal. Now, I'm not singling him out, but I just want people to know I'm not just picking on Biden. But Biden, he gets up there, and you'd think that Biden is the second coming of Christ for what he did for America. It just is crazy. You know what else is on the rise? What would you think of all the weird infections? I don't want to get too personal here, but yeast infections. Now, don't automatically think, when I think yeast, you think, whoa. No, yeast can infect many parts of the body, including the mouth and throat. And it's dangerous. It's called thrush when it attacks the mouth and throat. It can really hurt elderly or older people. We're talking about antibiotics can help, and it comes from usually diabetes or cancer treatment, dentures. It can come from a poor immune system. Do you know you can also get yeast infections from or on your breast? Now, I'm assuming they're talking to women on this, but it is something that is spreading more than ever, and I don't know why. I mean, I have no idea why some of this is happening. Again, I don't think we can blame Trump or Biden for that, right? Skin. You can get yeast infections on the skin.
Yeah, but isn't yeast just an imbalance? I don't care where it's at or where the problem is. It's just like an overgrowth, right, Tom?
I don't really know.
I think it is. It's an imbalance. Like everybody has yeast on their skin and their bodies, but when it gets overgrowing, it's an imbalance. Then it becomes a problem.
Okay, it says it's found in our digestive tract, on our skin, and within a birth canal for women, or I should say birthing people. But here's the deal. It's present, as you said, Suze, and then gets out of whack.
Correct.
When your body has a healthy balance, it's under control. And then there's another name for a candida, which, didn't they make a song, Candida? I seem to remember a lyric that sounded like that. What am I thinking of? You know what? What's that song?
Man, you've got me lost.
Oh, man.
Candida?
Candida. Tony Orlando.
What I'm saying is it
Cambodia.
Sounds like,
there was a song about Cambodia.
No, there's Candida by Tony Orlando.
Is that an actual song?
Yeah, Tony Orlando and Dawn.
They actually made a song called Candida.
Candida, yeah.
What are the lyrics? Candida, give me more of that infection. What is the word? What are the words?
Oh, Candida, we could make it together.
Oh, come on.
Where the air is fresh and clean.
Oh, my God. It's a fungal infection, for God's sakes. And he made a song about it. That's like Blinded by the Light. Do you know how many interpretations of those lyrics go around? If you can get that one, blinded by the light, and then the next lines, do you know, I have heard people, it was so funny, people trying to fill in what those words are. Do you know what comes after blinded by the light in that song? What comes out? Come on. Blinded by the light. Come on, wrapped up. Go ahead. I mean, a lot of people think it sounds, you listen to it. Can you play that, Be Large, when we come back? Can you play that? That one part where it goes into the chorus, blinded by the light, and then tell me what they're saying. Okay? All right. We got more coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Hot and Crispy Fries.
Few things going on this afternoon. Westbound I-270 at I-76. The off-ramp blocked there due to an overturned cement mixer. We've also got a wreck northbound I-25 and I-225. It's stop and go from Arapahoe. Southbound Wadsworth at Morrison, an accident in the intersection has delays in all directions there. And in Littleton at Wadsworth and Ken Carroll, the traffic lights aren't working. Treat that as a four-way stop. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Chance of rain and showers later this afternoon. Mid to upper 90s for the high. Tonight mostly cloudy, 66. Tomorrow chance of thunderstorms, 94. Thursday, hot, 96. Right now, it's 93. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Wendy's knows everyone hates cold and soggy fries, so they changed theirs to serve them up hot and crispy all day, every day, using only natural cut skin-on fries, prepared to golden goodness and perfectly sprinkled with sea salt. Try Wendy's hot and crispy fries today at participating U.S. Wendy's.
I love my Whole House fan, and I'll tell you why. No matter what, it will help you save money on air conditioning. It'll also help you to de-stratify or de-layer, if that's a word, the air. So the cooler air from lower levels comes up to the higher levels. The extreme heat is expelled out of the attic. So it's a wonderful tool to keep your air conditioner working less. It also can take the place of an air conditioner on some days. It really can, where there's an imbalance and it gets cool in the morning or cool in the evening. It's wonderful. And toward the fall, it's also wonderful. Cool, wonderful nights, fresh air. Some people even use it in the winter on a warm day to clean out the house, you know, from all those built up toxins and gases from being closed up and heated. Listen, you should get a Whole House fan. I have one. And it took only a couple hours to install, and it's remote controlled, and so you don't have to dig into walls or drywall for wiring. I love it. QCcolorado.com. And the good thing about it, QCcolorado.com, is that they are still selling them right into the fall. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral neuropathy. Are you taking drugs like Lyrica or gabapentin, but they never seem to fix your neuropathy? Are you worried about their side effects? There's a better way. Front Range Medical Center can help. Peripheral neuropathy is a result of damage to the nerves causing burning, weakness, pain, numbness, tingling, and debilitating balance problems. Front Range Medical Center can relieve you from neuropathy with no injections and no drugs, using the newest, most advanced treatment. You can start feeling relief in only a few sessions. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical now for a consultation and exam to see if your neuropathy can be treated. He'll provide a painless neuropathy severity exam, normally $200 for just $27. Take action before your neuropathy gets worse. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784.
Ready to sell your vehicle or perhaps upgrade to something sharper? The Sharpest Rides wants to buy your ride now. No matter the mileage, make, or year. Get the best possible price with an honest and professional appraisal. Or shop our selection at thesharpestrides.com, where for every vehicle sold, a donation is made to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Can't come in? Call 303-934-3410 and ask for DJ for a remote appraisal. the sharpest ride, Colorado's #1 online dealer.
New on Curiosity Street. Have researchers figured out a mathematical formula for success?
We are understanding that how success happens will lead us to change the world.
Getting a new perspective on getting ahead is signs of success. And the U.S. will miss these rates, but not without help from the Nazis. There's years of these massive rocket scientists in the Third Reich, the Green Lantern, and the Nazis. Watch now on Curiosity Street. Annual plans are $20, just $1.67 a month. Visit CuriosityStream.com.
All I did was sniff around the edges. Can't imagine being in a target. So get inert pellets that have powder inside, and that will give you an idea of what happens when you burst one of those against an assailant of any kind. There's no problem with it as far as having an active ingredient. This is the active ingredient one, Burnamax, and it has a mix of tear gas, essentially, and capsaicin. That's that pepper spray. Like your standard auto-loading Glock-style handgun, but it's not a firearm, so it may be illegal in places where a firearm is not. That's one of its major features. So we have a magazine that's on the side. You know, you put your stuff right there. You do not slide the top. You need to insert that little cylinder there. See what the cylinder goes inside this underneath the barrel, and that's what drives these pellets. So to access that, you have to open this little circle right here, and you can see there's a little ammo some in there. I can sure find more about what I see. We know that this guy is different from other leading CBD brands. Because you can feel the right in to the base of the magazines. So you look at it here, compared to other ones, the common milligrams on that, you can easily get with your fingers.
Finally, I've been using Blue Sky CBD for the last couple of years. How should people decide which product is actually the best for them?
Which is our source of everyday maintenance. I thought when I first saw this, I get in there, paint, gas, for that athlete, all of us, peak performance and advanced recovery, and it's the most potent formula on the market.
Try it, you'll love it. Use promo code Denver for 30% off your next order.
And check them out online at bluesky-cbd.com.
Got hail damage? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Hi, I'm Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm looking at this review of the Byrna handgun, or the non-lethal gun, on YouTube, and it looks pretty dang cool, man. It looks really cool. I think I'm going to get one. And it has tear gas pellets, and they burst on impact.
Don't you feel like you're carrying a gun, though?
Well, I'm not going to carry it. But you can keep it at home. I mean, think about it, how much safer it is.
Oh, my God. If I was at home, I'd have I do have real guns.
I know, but, okay. But this is an alternative.
Someone breaks in my house, I'm not worried about non-lethal options.
Yeah, but I don't think, I don't know. I mean, where else do people use these, I wonder? Do they carry them in their purse? I mean, because that would be dangerous. It looks like you have a gun.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It looks like you're packing heat.
And it's enough to get you in trouble, probably. I mean, you know, although it's not a firearm. I mean, there must, what about, you know, you can get in trouble. Well, can you get in trouble? If it's still menacing, even if it's a toy gun, it can be menacing. If you brandish a gun, you know, you wave a gun at someone, you can get in trouble, even if it's not a real gun. I mean, people have gotten in trouble for that. So, in any case, 303-713-TALK is our number, 303-713-8255. We certainly have time for calls. But in any case, we have things that we've learned this show, and then we have some other fun stuff. For example, when I talked about the cities for cycling, San Francisco, Minneapolis, and New York, I don't agree with any of those. I would say one of the top cities for cycling, do you know the trails we have in Denver? It's amazing. Amazing. I mean, Denver's number 7. I think it should be way up there. Okay, so Portland's number 4 after New York. Then Eugene, Oregon. I don't know about those, but I can see that. Boston, I can see. Denver. But I don't get San Francisco. I don't know. And Minneapolis and New York. New York especially. New York has some trails, yes. And it's, Central Park alone is huge. But I just don't think it holds a candlestick to Denver. After Denver, Seattle. And then Washington. Hey, I got to ask you something. And I mean to get political here. Why is it that the best cycling cities are liberal cities? Why is that? Think about it. San Francisco, Minneapolis, New York, Portland, Eugene, Oregon, Boston, Denver, Seattle, Washington, Chicago. They're all... Is that a slight against conservatives? Why is that? Is cycling a liberal activity?
Sure it is.
Oh, it is not.
They can't afford to drive.
Oh, stop. And then Washington, Chicago, and then what about Madison, Wisconsin, Fort Collins, Colorado? Fort Collins is number 12, so we got two cities on the list. Who else? Where else? I mean, this is really fascinating. Now, they judge it by trails, safety, number of people killed, the climate, and accessibility for an overall score. But I just find it very odd. Now, who is the last? If this goes up to 200 cities. I'm going to tell you about the bottom cities. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, a no-go. Jackson, Mississippi, Pasadena, Texas.
It's where all that good old fried food's from.
Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Montgomery, Alabama. See, they're picking on conservative Florida. They're picking up. You look at the bottom numbers for cycling and the top number of cycling. I don't know now if I can believe this. This might be a political thing going on here. I mean,
I wasn't sure when you said Fort Collins. I didn't know which way that community actually went, but you nailed it, man. They voted 56.2% Democrat in the last presidential election and only 40% Republican.
So, the number one spot, or no, it's not. It's not ranked by how much, but yeast is in the mouth. You can get yeast on the breasts. You can get yeast on the skin. These are infections. Candida, which is a song, oddly enough. Maybe somebody will write a song about COVID or Corona. Corona, we can make it together. I mean, right? Candida. Anyway, the feet, you can get the virus. You know where else? The butt. I'm reading this. This is a scientific thing. Okay, follow the science. Next, the esophagus or the penis. You can say that, right? I'm not getting ditched for that. This is a scientific discussion. Those are the top 7 places. And do not itch. Now, why am I talking about this? Because I happen to be looking at all kinds of health stuff today, because I had a checkup today. And we were talking about some really serious stuff. And one of the things that my doctor says is there's more outbreaks now than ever before. People are just trashing their bodies, and we seem to be reversing the trend of sickness. For a while, the population, you remember, I mean, people could die from pneumonia, and then we got, and polio and all that, we got healthier, and now it seems to be going the other way. And he believes it's because of a lot of illnesses that are leaked from labs and from biohazard materials leaked. But right now, so when I was looking that up on monkeypox and all of that, because I'm getting ready to travel, I read where yeast infections are really making a comeback in a big way. And do you know there's a rumor that Lyme disease, now this is actually well known from a lot of people, but there are some people who call you crazy if you talk about it, and they say it's a rumor or it's a conservative, conspiracy. But There are people who believe that Lyme disease was started in a biohazard lab. Did you know that? And it was okay. Some people call this a conspiracy. Other people say no, it was really happening. One of the origin stories is that there was a mysterious ailment around Lyme, Connecticut, and they believe it came from an island off of Connecticut where experiments were taking place in this biolab. And that people around that area, they were experimenting at this lab with ticks and transmitting a virus by ticks. Some people are saying this is not true. Other people swear by it. And that what happened was the nearby city of Lyme, there was a big outbreak of it. Did you ever know that, Mark? Have you ever heard of that? And as a result, it became Lyme disease. Anyway, that's something to chew on. 303-713-8255. More coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by JSX Airlines.
Couple things slowing you down right now. We do have an accident northbound Broadway at Evans. No word on the backups it's causing just yet. We'll keep our eye on that one. Also a wreck northbound I-25 and I-225. It's been cleared. Still stop and go from Bellevue. Southbound Wadsworth at Morrison. There's an accident in the intersection causing delays in all directions there. And in Littleton at Wadsworth and Ken Carroll, the traffic lights still aren't working. Treat that as a four-way stop. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Chance of rain and showers later this afternoon. Mid to upper 90s for the high. Tonight mostly cloudy, 66. Tomorrow chance of thunderstorms, 94. Thursday hot, 96. Right now it's 94. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Say goodbye to crowded airports when you say hello to JSX, the Denver area's newest air carrier. Fly from a private terminal at Rocky Mountain Airport, nonstop to Dallas and Burbank on spacious 30-seat jets. Experience the simple joy of hassle-free flying. Book today at jsx.com.
Frank Duran, the real estate man. Free market valuations of your home for the asking. All you have to do is call him. And he'll do an evaluation based on the current market, his 27 years of experience, and what he thinks that will list for and sell for, and he's pretty darn accurate. Call. It'll include measurements, comparables, photos. I mean, it's a pretty elaborate evaluation, and here's the deal. There is no charge and no obligation to list. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. When it comes to retirement, a lot of people like the idea of putting away some money every month and then having retirement. And this is a plan anyone can do. It's called Become the Banker. You really have to look into it before you start throwing stones at it, because it may sound too good to be true, but it's not. And it's very conservative and safe. You put away whatever you can every month. On purpose, you overpay for a life insurance policy. This life insurance policy is not the goal, okay? But the government says when you overpay on life insurance, it grows tax-free. It's actually tax-deferred, but they teach you how to make it tax-free at becomethebanker.org. Now, you borrow from that fund as it builds up, and you can pay it back. Borrow, pay it back. But when you pay it back, you pretend you're paying back your credit card company with interest on purpose, because that sneaks more money into that tax-free account. Eventually, when you do this, you build up money on your own. By the time you're retired, there's a good amount in there, and you can pull it out tax-free. Get more information at becomethebanker.org. You've heard me talk about auto repair facilities and the ingredients that make a facility really valuable. With Sheridan Auto Tech, first of all, let's talk about convenience, by the way. They have two locations, one in Lakewood, one in Aurora. They're really centrally located on Colfax and Lakewood, on Havana and Aurora. They also have longevity, 20 years in the business, honesty, experience, knowledge, and value. They do electrical repairs as well. He absorbed Lakewood Auto Electrics, and they have electrical experts, plus regular repairs and maintenance, both heavy and light. 303-455-7242. 455-7242. SheridanAutotech.com.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's long-expected plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still might face 3 threats, but Biden can never be re-elected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph.
Look at that message I sent you.
Me?
No, Suzanne. That one lady, that lady we had on with John just called him.
I went out to the Art of Granite, and I met Mitch. I love this story. Came to America with $300 in his pocket. He starts working in granite and then decides to have his own place. Art of Granite fabricates beautiful countertops. Get the latest quartz countertops. He is fabricating them daily with beautiful colors. And remember, the bathroom is always free when you have the kitchen done, and tear out and hallway is also free. Get a price on the phone, 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
Hi, it's Mandy Connell. Join my friends Gary Bell and Brad Pollock for the Bell and Pollock Legal Show right here on KHOW every Saturday morning at 7. It's a Rod Collins show to give Coloradans like you free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
Fairway Auto Service invites you to experience honest auto repair and service. Trust the technicians that will provide you with exceptional customer satisfaction. They offer the best auto service repair and quality for your car. For more info, go to fairwayautoservice.com.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better? Or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. When buy some smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call the Dell Technologies advisor at 877-5X480.
Hey, babe, do you have the original one from this JG?
Yeah, it was 4 emails. I sent all 4 to you that day.
Hold on.
They're actually labeled number 1, number 2, number 3. But I can.
Oh my God, he even out. Okay. I hate when assholes are like this, to be quite frank.
What are you talking about, Mark?
Just a complaint that came in that's pure pricing.
Oh.
I don't even read the complaints. I've got too much going on.
Hey, are you going to have time to play Blinded by the Light?
He was coming back with a COVID song, but Blinded by the Light's cool.
I was going to say, I can come back with both of them.
There is a COVID song out there.
Ready to step up and save people from a mass shooter, just like that 22-year-old hero just did in the Indiana Mall. Let's get concrete. I have some ideas. What are yours? Join me at 4.
Real carefully. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Love this song.
Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a deuce, another runner in the night. Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a deuce, another runner.
All right, so obviously, Blinded by the Light, revved up like a deuce. They're talking about dual barrel carburetor.
I thought it said douche.
Right, everyone does. Everyone thinks it says blinded by the light, wrapped up like a douche. I know. Everyone, you know what? It's funny, by the way. If you ever hear this in karaoke, they always say, they just have a play on those words. So anyway, but it's if you look at the actual lyrics, it's revved up like a deuce, another runner in the night. So hey, by the way, Do you also have a COVID song? Because I was joking. Did people actually make a song about COVID?
Yeah, you got to listen just to the first, I don't know, 40 seconds.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, Grandpa. You know what?
No. What?
Oh, the less we get together. Oh, the less we get together, the safer we'll be. 'Cause COVID's not your friend, and COVID's not my friend. Oh, the less we get together, the safer we'll be.
All right.
That's by Fauci and the Biden administration.
Fauci and the Germs. That's the name of his group. Or Fauci and the Beagles. Okay, let's talk to Ken. By the way, what do you think Fauci will do in retirement? Do you think he'll go back to torturing dogs? Ken, what do you have to say about the Berna comment? Go ahead.
Why I bought one, Tom, is because I drive a semi, and it's legal in most states, all states actually, and not every bad guy has a gun. And I was a firefighter for over 20 years, and I was saving lives, not taking them.
Yeah.
So there's several reasons why
I can identify with that. Thank you very much. I can. Thank you, Ken. We're out of time. Remember, folks, referralist.com and save all your problems for me.